this in my life. It's been very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa!
T0_much_ing join the sub club. Hi everyone.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible, I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful!
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it. Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
You got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move?
Wait, help me, because another draw!
I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500
join the
of
sub
chess
club.
24.
Finally stream again.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go like that.
I know.
It's not gonna be long.
El Manito.
Who's gonna climb it off?
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rain not going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Get the party started.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. It's been very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah. Opa!
Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible, I'm never doing it again.
You couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful!
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand, shooting.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like,
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move? Wait, help me because they're just another draw! Yeah! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
Last game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
Oh, me too!
I'm gonna climb it off.
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Why is the rain not going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Artist star.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this? There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette? But burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful.
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions
Hi, best
ever.
to join the sub club.
Wait, help me, because please help me. Another draw. I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah.
I know.
Me too.
Who's gonna climb it off?
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Party start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this? There's a little hat. Yes. Oh. Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette? Burger?
That's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening. That's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd! I understood that.
So we made it to London.
Hello everyone. Let me just try and update this. Always exciting on the first day with the tech. My name is Jon Ludwig Hammer. If I did this correctly, you would have seen a picture from Prague showcasing one of the games that's just about to start. But obviously, I've done something wrong.
But Fireface joined the sub club.
But I'm not sure what. So now I'm trying to...
Lady Bouverie joined the sub club. Let's go
Refresh
Botez Queens
browser
less
when
than
scene
3.
becomes active. Why did that not work? Shut down source when not visible. Refresh captcha of current page.
Clock
maybe I need
underscore
to
of
move it to the
underscore
front.
omens joined the sub club. Look at this framing. Okay, the framing isn't great, but
Okay. Fit to screen. I think I already have that. Page permission.
underscore night 23 joined the sub club. This one goes out to my favorite Chessy girls, Dina,
okay.
Nordy,
I may
Ellen, the
have
best of
figured
all,
out the
Geordie,
problem.
aka Disco Thunderduck.
That's gonna...
JVH joined the sub club. Color 111
Okay, I
joined the
have
sub
not
club.
added it
Hello,
as a
Hammer.
media source. So stick with me, and this old man will fix this whole thing. Add media source. Oh, good God. Okay. Okay. I can only apologize. Damn. I definitely don't like that she's on the left side. Vila. Who thought this up that we were having first day jitters? Vila, her face is literally blocked.
Gerber Baby 3 joined the sub club.
Thanks for the sub,
Botez Alex
Gerber.
Kama Botezang.
Okay, so the opponent today is this guy. Balog. No, not Balog. Balash. And he goes knight f3. Oh my God. I've messed up everything. Can I do a do-over? Oh gosh.
Bat joined the sub club.
I just...
Cano Kevin Philly joined the sub club.
Move chessboard to the other side. I mean, I would. If I could. Mirror the camera. Oh my God. Chat is so smart today. That is a ridiculous idea. I've never seen chat be this smart. But then also believing that I know how to mirror a camera is very optimistic, but it's a brilliant idea. Transform. Rotate. Center vertically. Don't mirror, all moves will be weird. You think? It would mess up the board?
Gary Kaspivarov joined the sub club. Your commenting streams in BotezLive have been with me through good and bad times. You got me into chess and taught me almost everything I know. I always look forward to watching your commentary on my small phone. My most sincere thanks to you, Alex Banzier.
I mean, it's not optimal, but honestly, it's one of the better ideas. Let me talk to Vila. Okay, Vila says mirror might be good. Hosted by MG Rama. Honestly, not too bad.
Linux Bricky joined the sub club. 17. Really? Let's go. Good luck, Alex and Andrea.
Let me try not to miss out what's going on the board. Well, I feel like maybe this is more important though. How do I get it back to what I had?
Mega Man Maniac joined the sub club. Yo, best of luck in this
at least
tour.
I'm back. Okay, let's go to the Yeah, I need to fix Andreas's. Yeah, this is all messed up as well. So let's fix this on the fly. Media source, Andrea Cam. It's getting there. It's gonna take me a time to fix all the stuff I messed up. Andrea is playing Natalia Konakova. But yeah, we also have some of the same issues there as we do on the other camera. We're gonna go to the... let me go here and see if the open games have arrived. No, they have not.
Storm 2709 joined the sub club.
So that means
What
I
is
need to make sure I
win?
know what opening has been played. That shouldn't be too difficult. We have the overview, where we just add existing Sandra Cam. That's a bit big. Oh my god, that's a bit small. Oh no, what did I do?
Enrique Torresario joined the sub club.
Where did
Have
it
a
go?
good day, Hammerbot is you to chat.
Okay, it's back. So I mean, this is better than the other thing I had. Yeah, this is gonna work. I'll get to you eventually. Just know that I'm hating this as much as anyone else. Oh gosh. Let's that's a pretty good. That's not very good. That's a very big one. Oh my god. Why did that one disappear as well? Like, is that my fault? There she is. There she's not. How? There she is. Don't disappear. Don't disappear. Damn it. Reconnect delay, 10 seconds. Oh, okay, maybe I just have to wait 10 seconds. No Botez stream is complete without tech issues. I mean, I think people are used to it by now. I definitely did prepare quite a bit to make sure there were no tech issues, but what are you gonna do?
Prime Raker joined the sub club. What is chess? Baby, don't hurt me.
Okay, so we got the cameras. That's a pretty good start. That one, honestly, was my fault. I didn't know how OBS works. So I got this web page link that I thought was going to give me the video, and then it turns out I needed to use some other setting. That's fine. That was my fault. This, however, is not my fault. So the games from the tournament have not yet been relayed, unfortunately, which is causing a bit of a situation. So I'm just gonna freestyle this to the best of my abilities. And we're just gonna input vaguely what I think happened in Andreas' game. This seems reasonably accurate. I would say this is the position in Andreas' game right now. It's Andreas' move. The pieces are on the same squares. It's all good. It's all good. And then Alexandra's game. The dude tried to be tricky or something. I think he played something like this. And then I'm not entirely sure. It looks like he kind of played this D5 move. He played D5. No, he didn't go bishop E2. And his bishop is on E3. And what is that? Is Alexandra moving in slow-mo? Or was that real? Okay, I think he went something like pawn to D5. He must have gone H3 here. H3 and then pawn to D5. A5, G4. Knight up, knight here, knight here. Wow, okay, I think I got it. And now I'm just gonna close a lot of other stuff in the background because this start to the stream has been freaking me out. And I just need to clear my head. Hello everyone and welcome to the Prague Chess Open International something. My name is Hammer and I will be guiding you through this tournament featuring Miss Alexandra Botez and Miss Andrea Botez. Some starting issues on the first day, and for that I do apologize. Some of it was my fault. Some of it was Vila's fault. Some of it was Alexandra's fault. There's a lot of fault to go around, and I will distribute it as evenly as possible, because I don't want to take all of it myself. But this is a layout that vaguely is working, so we're going to stick with this one for the time being. Was the bad gameplay Alex's fault? No, I think the game... Well, yeah, probably. I think you should take responsibility for your own moves, yes, now that I think about it. We've had further moves, and since we don't have the feeds going in automatically, I'm going to have to do that myself. Alexandra's opponent has moved his knight back to give defense to the pawn on e4. That makes a lot of sense because Alexandra was trying to hit that pawn with two knights at the same time. Alexandra is playing a King's Indian opening. It was favored by Gary Kasparov and a young Hikaru Nakamura. It's a opening for fighting players. And I do, to a certain degree, think it fits Alexandra's style. It's just that whenever you play someone who's almost a grandmaster, they know the opening super well. And they know all the nuances and tricks and whatnot. So it is going to be a tricky game for Alexandra. Moving over to Andrea's board, she has played knight to c6. She's trying to facilitate the pawn to e5 push. The knight is taking control of that square. She wants to move her pawn to next. And that seems quite sensible. And her opponent is thinking about what to do next. Isn't it better to flip both boards? Good point. I'm so used to always seeing the board from the white point of view. But it was my plan to flip the boards, so I'm going to do that. Any more good input from chat? I am willing to take more input. So Alexandra's opponent is Balázs Zonka. No idea whether I pronounced that correctly. Probably I would say I didn't. He's from Hungary. He's an international master, and frankly, he's almost a grandmaster. His rating is 2,480, and you usually say a grandmaster is about 2,500. So he is properly strong. Well, Alexandra has come out swinging here with her King's Indian opening. So she's trying to put pressure on the opponent, but so far it does seem like he's more versed in the nuances, which we can tell by the time spent thinking. Just for the time I've managed to have the cameras up, Alexandra definitely has been thinking considerably more than her opponent. Taking a sip of water, it's Andrea Botez on the right-hand side. She is playing against Natalie Konakova. And her opponent initiates a conversation. There's a chat about Andrea's water bottle. Andrea is looking like she's misunderstood something. They're having a conversation. Andrea showcases two.
Crimson_Hawk_124.
Drama begins already in the opening. I have no idea what they're talking about. We need mics. I mean, the problem is, if we had mics, we probably would have had a speaker too. And then everyone would hear my commentary. Which, of course, would be good for everybody. But it may not be good for the integrity of the tournament. How do they come up for the pairings for the first round? So for the first round, they basically just split the entire field in two. And then they say the first half of the starting ranks play against the second half. So you order all the players according to rating, and then you have the top play the bottom, which is kind of cruel. It makes for very uneven pairings, such as the one we're witnessing today. But it also does encourage upsets coming in early. And it's designed this way so that the best players don't have to play each other in the first round, essentially. So I am one of those who feel like having random pairings within the same points would be very, very interesting. But others feel that the chance of having the number 1 and the number 2 guy play against each other in the first round is not something you would like to have happen. Interestingly, we did have some moves in Andrea's game. Her opponent pushed forward with the pawn to attack the Black Knight, and Andrea just moved back as if it was nothing. And I'm starting to wonder if Andrea is still in her preparation, because the nonchalance with which she just moved back to where she came from, that really surprised me. And that seems like the kind of decision she would spend a lot of time on. And she didn't. So maybe she's still in her preparation.
T0_much_inc gifted a tier 1 sub to GCRRR.
The knight shouldn't have been on c6 to begin with. Well, there's this... Well, it's the classic saying, right? That pawns don't move backwards. So there are times in which provoking the opponent to move their pawns even further forward can actually be beneficial for you. And one of the examples of that would be in Andrea's position here. The pawn has been lured forward, but there's still potential for black to move their pawns forward and attack the white pawn in the center. So Andrea lost some time moving her knight back and forth, but in return, she's managed to create this target that she can attack in the next couple of moves, using her pawn coming in from the left and the pawn coming in from the right, aiming to get a clarified situation in the center of the board and maybe trading off that most aggressive white pawn. Would you push the left or the right pawn first? Very good question. And I'm not sure. I think probably I would push the left one first, but the computer is quite adamant that you should push the right one first. So that's going to be a big question for Andrea on her next move. Which one of these pawn pushes does she want to do? Because it leads to very different situations. So say bishop moves out, getting ready to castle, by far white's most obvious move. If you go push the e pawn forward first to attack, then maybe there's a trade here. And yes, you get your bishop out, but on the other hand, you might get into some problems with this bishop pointing down the long diagonal towards a black pawn that is now undefended. On the other hand, if you play the other pawn forward and challenge in that way, well then if the trade happens, the knight comes out, and maybe that's just better for black that the knight comes out before the bishop. But there are some situations after something like knight to d4, trying to make a trade between the knights, and after this trade, the white bishop is still very annoying, pointing down the diagonal towards the black queen side. And what the main difference here compared to the other variation we looked at, so if we go back a bit, when the left pawn challenged first, we did have the possibility in these situations where the bishop points down. Here we could block that pressure using our pawn defended by another pawn, stopping the white bishop. And we don't have that kind of defensive neutralizing move if this c6 pawn had already been traded off. So it's just a really, really difficult call to make. And I'm very interested to see the decision that Andrea lands on. So bishop to g2 was indeed played, and now Andrea has to figure out what she wants to do and how she wants to attack white's central pawn. Okay. Alexandra has moved. And Alexandra has moved her knight back. So she goes knight to e8. Her idea is to move the knight away from the path of the f-pawn. And so she wants to strike as soon as possible with her f-pawn to try and open up for her rook down towards the white king that has yet to castle. Honestly, I kind of like this move. I like this move. I think that was a good decision from Alexandra, and it's going to give her opponent something to think about. What's great about Alexandra's position right here is that her plan is absolutely obvious. Contrary to Andrea, Andrea has to decide, oh, am I going to use the left one? Am I going to use the right one? But for Alexandra, it's all about this pawn to f5 move, which tries to break open and remove some of the white pawns that are currently blocking for the black pieces. Alexandra would love to have a position. Let's just make some silly moves for white. Alexandra would love to have a position like this, because then suddenly her bishop is fantastic compared to where it was. Her rook is great because the rook is no longer being blocked by black's own pawn. And here you can also play the move pawn to e4, which opens up for this bishop as well. So this would just be the optimal way of getting all the black pieces participating in the game. And keep that in mind as we go back and look at the current situation. Right now, her bishop is blocked by her own pawn. The other bishop is being blocked by white's pawn, and then the rook is being blocked by a black pawn as well. So Alexandra is trying to remove two of her own pawns and one of white's pawns in order to release the energy of the black pieces. Andrea has played a5, and Alexandra's opponent has played h4. Okay, so h4. The good news here is that Alexandra's move should be rather easy, because everything she's done so far has led to this moment where she has to try and break free with the f5 pawn push. So Alexandra should be doing this within a couple of minutes. In the meantime, let's jump back to Andrea and see a5. Okay, so a5 is quite a typical move in these kind of pawn structures, which you can actually tell from Alexandra's position. They're both playing the King's Indian opening, and this pawn to a5 move, which Alexandra already did earlier, it's part of securing an outpost for the black knight. So this knight is now aiming to get to the c5 square without being hassled by a white pawn. So pawn to a5 takes control of the b4 square, makes sure that the white pawn cannot advance on that side, and then Andrea is going to be following up with knight to a6 and knight to c5 coming up. So Andrea kind of decides not to go after this central pawn immediately. She's always going to have that option later on. So it's not like she's saying, I'm never going to do it. She's just saying, I'm not going to choose to prioritize that right now. And then she's just trying to find a good square for her knight. And if I'm honest with you, I don't really see anything white can do to prevent that. So castles has been played, and then knight to a6 from Andrea. The knight will come into the c5 square. And here we see another reason why provoking the white pawn forward may have been quite a decent idea, because now the white pawn no longer controls the c5 square, which enables the knight to get a prime location there, controlling in towards the center. Games now featured on chess.com. Okay, great. Let me get that up then. Damn it, why did I trust someone in chat? There are no moves, dude. There are no moves at all. Shame on me for trusting chat to have good information. Not a single move. Okay, it's okay though, because I can input the moves we think have been made. Although I literally can't find the right games. Andrea? All caps, of course, which is the only way we can ever spell Andrea's name. It really... That was not the move that was played, though. Was it c4? Knight f3? It was something along these lines. I'm just going to replicate the moves. So Andrea played d6. She wanted to go pawn to e5, but then her opponent stopped her from doing that. And then Andrea had this knight out, provoking the white pawn forward, voluntarily dropping her knight back, and then rerouting the knight. Andrea's play is not really textbook in the way that she's now spent 3 of her last 4 moves on this knight. But she can probably get away with it. because that knight will get to such a good placement. Knight c3 has been played by Natalie, and then I'm expecting Andrea to go knight to c5 next to complete her maneuvering. Okay, let's do the same for Alexandra's board. So let's abandon this Masters game and go into the open. Botez, flip board. So this was a kind of English-esque start, but it pretty soon went back into a normal King's Indian opening. Alexandra's opponent, an international master with 2480 rating, very highly rated opponent. He played this h3 move, which can be quite tricky. Alexandra played e5. I think the dude played d5. Alexandra a5. Same idea as when Andrea did it. She's taking control of the b4 square so that white cannot push the pawn to b4, which in turn means that the knight can get up to the c5 square. Very clever. G4, just taking space, trying to say that I'm going to attack your king. A bit nerve-wracking, I would say. Knight to a6 sees the knight trying to get in to attack in the center. White, bishop to e3. The reason is that white, when Alexandra had both her knights pointed in against the pawn on e4, white wants to go knight to d2 to keep that pawn protected. However, if white didn't move the bishop here first, say if white made the bishop here instead, the other bishop, the knight to c5 attacking this pawn, you want to go back with the knight, but then the knight blocks the bishop. So this is a very clever play to get the bishop out just in time so that you can get both the things you want. You both get your bishop developed and you get the knights working together to protect the pawn in the center. Here, Alexandra played knight e8. The IM played h4, and Alexandra, of course, plays f5, which was her pretty much only plan in the position. And now this is very, very interesting, very intriguing position, very unbalanced, and quite considerably blocked. So there's a chance that white will struggle to win the game because there are some situations where the position becomes where there are no pawns attacking each other, which could prove difficult to break through. Something like pawn to g5 for white, just getting ready to continue the attack with the pawns on the king side. Alexandra could then play f4, almost trapping the bishop. Unfortunately, the bishop can trade for the knight, but then no pawns are really communicating. It becomes a blocked position, and it may be difficult for white to break through, despite the computer thinking that white is almost winning. The computer is known to often overestimate these kind of blocked situations because the computer sees these two white pawns deep into the black territory, well defended by their comrades. But the fact of the matter is that it's not that easy. And Alexandra could go for this kind of very blocked, very frustrating position. So that's where we're at. Andrea's tech-breaking aura is too strong. Oh, at least I'm not the only one getting blamed for all the tech issues. I do appreciate that. Andrea played bishop f5 in the meantime. Oh, and now the moves are coming in. Oh my god, you guys. You should see the pace at which these moves are coming. I can't even catch up. Okay, it's fine. It caught up. Okay. The move feeds are now officially working. This is sensational. I'm gonna go over to Andrea's game and see. Wow, it's working there as well. I mean, I guessed pretty well what had happened. I think actually I was spot on. And here, bishop to d7 from Andrea. Instead of getting the knight to complete its maneuver, Andrea chooses to go bishop to d7 first, which I think is fine. I think this is completely fine. She's just developing her pieces. She now has connections between the rook and queen in both directions. To be fair, so does white. So both players have gotten their bishops and their knights into the game. Both players have castled their kings. The only concern is that white is a bit more aggressive with their pawns and has this very nice pawn chain. Pawns defending each other up the board. So white is somewhat better because of having more space behind the pawns, leaving black with a limited amount of room to maneuver their pieces. But otherwise, I think it's an okay start to this game for Andrea. The most interesting thing to happen so far is the big water gate. Okay, I genuinely didn't know where I was going until I completed that sentence. But that does fit quite nicely. The Watergate is the most interesting thing to happen in this game so far. And we will be asking Andrea about it afterwards. I think she drank from her opponent's bottle? Are you kidding me? Is that what happened? What the freaking assert dominance? I mean, that is the biggest alpha move I have ever heard. She actually just took her opponent's water bottle? Damn. I'm surprised her opponent didn't look more pissed then. Andrea is not a crook. Well, I mean, video evidence seems to suggest otherwise. It's our water now. Caught in 180p. It might be 720p. Actually, amen. But I get the gist of what you're trying to say. Okay, pawn to a3. Interesting move. So her Andrea's opponent is anticipating that Andrea wants to move her knight to this better square on c5, and then Natalie is getting ready to push b4 in that case, immediately kicking the knight away once again. And weirdly, the computer kind of likes this for black, because then you can go back and you can attack the pawn. And if the white pawn captures the black pawn, well, then you go back again. And now you can sit on this square without being attacked by the white pawn. And black has a good position. So for those of you paying attention, in order to get this position with a black advantage, Andrea has started with knight to c6, then she went back, then she went up, then she went up, then she went back, and then she went up again. That didn't really work the way I was hoping it would work. I thought I could pretty much make a rainbow here. But you get the gist. Apparently, you can go back and forth with your knights repeatedly and have a better position with the black pieces, which is just, yeah. It's not really, Andrea not really being a role model for the chess interested viewers, but for the people more interested in her flexes and her alpha moves, this is really putting it to the opponent that I can really do anything and still have a good position against you. I will take your water if I feel like drinking, and I will go back and forth as much as I please. She just wants to show Magnus she's learned how the knight moves. She's been moving them entirely correctly so far, which is not a guarantee, based on the fact that she does seem to be in a bit of a criminal frame of mind. She could try to get away with a super knight move at some stage in this game, but so far she's sticking with the rules of chess and getting Magnus's approval at the same time. Andrea's water broke. Well, Andrea doesn't even have a water bottle at the table. Like, if you guys are right and that she drank from her opponent's water, if she didn't bring her own water bottle, how could she think that that was hers? I don't know. Andrea put on her opponent's glasses. I mean, at this point, nothing would surprise me. It's on the floor or bag or something under the table, but she has her banana on the table. Why would she have her banana on the table and then her water on the floor? Usually you go for the either or situation. I am well versed in chess tournament halls, and either you put all your stuff on the floor or you put all your stuff on the table. Hide the opponent's bottle now? Yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised. I'm not even sure how you guys think that that was her opponent's water bottle. Did you really manage to interpret the situation that well? Because if I'm her opponent and my opponent steals my water bottle, I mean, number one, I would not be as peaceful as Konakova was in this instance. But I would also not put my water bottle right next to Andrea once again after it had happened once. I mean, that water bottle would be firmly into my territory, my side of the board. Okay, we'll see if Andrea wants to show off her moving the knight skills, and we're gonna switch over to Alexandra because frankly, this has been a bit unusual for me that we have both of them playing at the same time, and trying to keep up with two games is a bit tricky. So let's review what has happened. So her opponent being an international master, being rated 2,480, rated 500 points above Alexandra, he is concerned about the position becoming completely blocked. So remember we talked about how this pawn could move forward and then black's pawn move forward, and then it would be very difficult for white to break through against a very solid black situation. Because the computer says white is almost winning here. But if you input the computer's choices for moves, you would go into this and the computer would be like, oh yeah, no, I want to trade queens. And then the computer would be like, oh, I want to push up here. And the computer is like, oh yeah, no, this is great for me that we get this position because my pawns are so aggressive. And then the computer wants to go pawn to a4. And let me just tell you, computers are pretty good at chess to a certain degree. But this is a draw. Any human can tell you this is a draw just looking at the situation. Because, you know, these two pawns are blocked against these two. You can play your pawn up here, but like these two pawns are going to be blocking the white pawns here. This knight is blocking this guy. These guys are blocked. And now the computer voluntarily blocking on the king side. Computer says plus 1.22. But that's just complete nonsense. It's a draw. The position is completely blocked. You're not getting anywhere. So Alexandra's opponent was concerned about these kind of things, that it just becomes too difficult to break through. So in order to fix that, he chooses to take with the e-pawn on against Alexandra's pawn. But notice this little guy, the question mark, a mistake from the almost grandmaster. Maybe this is why he's just almost a grandmaster. He doesn't have that last. He makes too many of the question mark moves on occasion. And now Alexandra obviously takes back. The guy pushes pawn to g5, and the computer has gone from thinking Alexandra is in big trouble, but we understand she wasn't actually in that much trouble because the position was so blockaded that the computer misunderstood how good, or rather how not impressive, white's position was. But instead now the computer says Alexandra is better. Minus 0.26. So whenever it says minus before the numbers, it means that black is better, Alexandra is black. It's still a tremendously complicated position. I mean, there's absolutely no guarantee that Alexandra can get away with an upset in this game, but she's given herself the best opportunity to do so. She has a good position. She has these pawns advancing in the center of the board, and she's able to get her very nice bishop working perfectly if she plays the move pawn to e4. This is the move I would really like to see right now. Pawn to e4 would be excellent in terms of opening up for the bishop, putting pressure against the white queen side, and it also gives you some options of trying to push these pawns even further forward in the near future. So Alexandra's position is very interesting. Her opponent made a bad judgment call, in my opinion, well, in the computer's opinion, which has colored my opinion of the situation. And she's looking kind of good. Her opponent still hasn't castled his king. Alexandra may try to punish that by moving her pawns aggressively up through the center. I'm liking her chances here. Computer doesn't like e4. Computer starts liking e4 after it's thought for a while. The key thing is I like e4. So trust me, not the computer sometimes. Let me be the judge of when to trust the computer. I think that's better. When the computer says good position for white and I say that's wrong, then you trust me. When the computer says good position for black and I say, oh yeah, I agree with that, then you also trust me. Just to make it simple, just always trust me, but know that I am taking the computer's opinion. I do consider what the computer is saying. Hammer better than Stockfish confirmed. Hammer and Stockfish, like the love child of Hammer and Stockfish, better than Stockfish. This is the key. Two great minds versus one great mind. And then you do the... You can play queen to e7 or a4 instead. Yeah, but what's the point? The key thing here is that white is trying to move the pawns upwards to disrupt this bishop. So we want to go e4 to open up for the bishop to move into the center if necessary. Okay, Alexandra is taking her time, but I think this is a very good position to take some time in. Black has the superiority now in the center with these two pawns against the one pawn white has. And we're going to try to push those guys up in order to, well, gradually start creating threats against the white king. That's going to be the long-term goal of these pushes. Okay, did Andrea make a move? No. So Andrea is still trying to decide how to deal with whether she wants to complete her plan of moving the knight in from the center. And that gives us pretty much the first breather in these games. Both sisters are thinking. Both sisters have a good/okay position. I just want to remind you guys, because I really take a lot of pride in that. The computer really hated Alexandra's position early on. But I said Alexandra's fine. It's an interesting position. She has an easy plan to push her pawn forward. And she pushed that pawn forward, and her opponent I mean, I see what she's doing. Okay, so right now, if pawn to f4, attacking the bishop, then the bishop would just trade with the black knight, and then the other white knight would get a great positioning in the center of the board. So Alexandra is moving her knight back in order to try and trap the bishop next. She's also trying to get the knight to this e5 square. But here's the problem. If white goes f4, pawn to f4, trying to stop the black pawn from moving forward, then this would be good for Alexandra. Because then after the trade between the pawns, she would succeed in rerouting her knight to an excellent location in the middle of the board where there are no white pawns to kick the knight out. However, if white plays pawn to f3, which he definitely is going to do, then if Alexandra tries to sacrifice a pawn in the center, very classic sacrifice, because you're luring the white pawn to the square that the knight wants to go to, and then in the meantime you're also securing this square for yourself in the center of the board. That would be very cool for black, sorry. However, the problem is, after pawn to e4 now, white would play pawn to f4. And then you're not getting your knight to that e5 square, and your knight is basically going to have to go back because it did have a pretty good square to begin with. And then you lost a lot of time moving back and forth, and you also made sure that white could blockade the center, which in turn means that white doesn't have to be concerned about the king and instead can just continue pushing these pawns forward against the black king. So unfortunately, Alexandra's move was a mistake. And she's making kind of similar mistakes to what Andrea is doing on her board, in that she's moving her knight around too much. And honestly, she could have played e4 and then gone knight d7, because then she would have gotten the knight to this e5 square afterwards. So I feel like if she was trying to get the knight to an even better location, there were also other ways of trying to make that happen. Okay, so knight d7 played, and then f3. Exclam from the Hungarian almost grandmaster. That's a good move. That makes it really difficult for Alexandra now to try and open up the position and utilize the fact that white's king is still in the center of the board. And it creates an escape route for the bishop should Alexandra now try her main plan of pushing forward to attack the bishop. The bishop can just retreat. So a very, very crucial move there for white. It was the only good move for white. But right now, Alexandra is playing against an opponent at a level where if you give them the chance to make these very nice positional moves, even if it's the only good move in the situation, they will be able to find it. And this guy even found it quite quickly. Why are they playing on the big board? They're playing on the wooden boards because these wooden boards are special in that they have electronics within that records which pieces are being moved to which squares, so that we're able to follow it on the live stream. What are some ideas behind f3? There's two ideas. Number one, you want to against pawn to e4, you want to go pawn to f4 and just completely shut down this whole central formation, which means that Alexandra will not be able to create an attack in against the white king. The reason it's important to move the pawn forward once and then again is because if you just go f4 here, then we would have the special en passant move, which would open up in against the white king. So you need to stagger first one up and then another one up in order to avoid the en passant situation. In addition, pawn to f3 also creates an escape square for the bishop. If Alexandra pushes up her pawn, the bishop can escape. And that was one of the only ways for white to save the bishop. What's en passant? It's a special rule in chess that's there to basically secure that no pawns may sneak past an opposing pawn without giving the opposing pawn the ability to capture. It's an incredibly good rule. I have no idea who came up with it, but the person who did is an absolute genius. Because there are very many situations in which the opponent would benefit from... So the point is that pawns normally only go one step. So if the pawn only went one step, black would have the option to capture. But on their first move, they move 2 steps. Which creates a bit of an awkward situation where the white pawn managed to sneak past the black pawn without ever giving the black pawn an option to capture it. So black gets a one-time, one-move only deal that if the white pawn tries to sneak past you, then you're allowed to capture that pawn immediately as if it only went one step forward. So the position after en passant, you capture a pawn despite moving your pawn to a square where there are no white pawns. But the similarity here is that this position after the en passant is the same position which would occur if the pawn had only gone one step forward. Why do they write on paper while playing? It's to record their game because, well, it's basically a tradition. Right now, Alexandra and Andrea, they have the benefit of playing on the electronic boards, so their games are technically recorded automatically. But back in the day, in the good old days, when I was a kid, electronic boards was something that was only reserved to the greatest of grandmasters. And the rest of us, we played on the plastic boards. And we recorded the moves partly because then we could tell our coach about the game we played, and we would be able to review the game with the moves being recorded. Plastic boards for the plebs. Honestly, that's still the pleb way to go. We have people on the side, both to Alexandra's left and Andrea's left. People are playing on plastic. So, plastic for plebs, still very much a thing, but special streamer privilege. Okay, Alexandra tries to sacrifice a pawn. Very cool play from Alexandra, if not for the fact that Balas Sonka had already seen this coming and he had a brilliant reply. Pawn to e4. So Alexandra says, be a good little boy and capture my pawn so that I may open up for my rook against your king. I'll open up for this bishop on the diagonal, and I'm also getting my knight into the white's half of the board. However, the almost grandmaster is more clever than that, and he says, no, I'm not gonna accept your pawn sacrifice, because instead of being up a pawn, I'd rather you still have this pawn blocking your rook, this pawn times 2 blocking your bishop, and my pawn is going to control the e5 square so that the knight may not jump into the center of the board. Very, very clever move from white. Declining the pawn sacrifice, but he was absolutely right to do so. Can I bring my own board? Meridius, in US tournaments, you're not only allowed to bring your own board. At some US events, you're asked, demanded of to bring your own chess set, which to a European is absolutely wild. Every European tournament for as long as I have lived has always supplied the chess sets. But in the US, you are quite frequently asked to bring your own set. Encouraged. Thank you. Can you bring a Botez signed board? I mean, I would think so. Yeah. Speaking of, oh man, I forgot to wear my Botez sweatshirt, but I do have my Botez chess set lying around, and you guys can also buy that at the Botez shop. So someone will be posting the link to that because I'm a good advertiser. When it comes up in casual conversation, it definitely needs to be highlighted. Sounds wild to be asked to bring. I once played in a tournament when in the US, having traveled from Norway, and there was like no exceptions, and I asked them, somewhat frustrated, so I'm just supposed to bring my own chess set from Norway, and the guy said yes. So yeah. US chess culture is very different to European chess culture. But I feel like we've had this debate on stream previously, but it also does relate to the fact that the European way of life is a bit more relaxed in many ways, and people just have more time off work and stuff like that. Because in US tournaments, everyone expects to be able to win big. Like, there's big money prizes even for under 1,400 sections and stuff like that. And that would never be a thing in Europe. In Europe, kind of like the bad players pay for the good players. Whereas in the US, you cram tournaments into 3 days because people don't have more time to take off work. And everyone wants to win a prize no matter their level. We don't want no financing the elite, ironically, but what are you gonna do? Is Andrea still thinking? I think she is, no? I have not seen a move from Andrea. No, she moved her knight up. Okay, so we're gonna leave Alexandra's board for the time being. And just say that Alexandra is in trouble because her opponent has been brilliant in trying to in blocking the center, so that Alexandra now is struggling to get an attack down towards the white king. And we're going to move over to Andrea, who has played knight to e4. Knight to e4, opening up for her bishop against the white bishop. The idea here is that if white captures the black knight, then Andrea will lose her knight, but she will win the bishop. And having one of these bishops that don't have a natural opponent in the opposing camp, having a dark squared bishop when the opponent has no dark squared bishop, that can be very, very advantageous. So Andrea's opponent is not really interested in that trade, but she's not opposed to trades in general. So Andrea's opponent, queen to c2, the queen points against the knight while also defending her own knight. And so Konnikova is saying, I'm fine making all of these trades. It just has to happen on the way I want it to happen. And I also don't want you to sit there with this bishop pointing down the diagonal. I'd rather that I have something pointing the diagonal, pointing down towards the location of the black king, having the white queen enter the game. Why no Bong Cloud? Because the Bong Cloud, the chess opening, is bad. And as we know, the Botez sisters never play bad openings. At least I managed not to laugh during that. I'm going to take a little break. I need to... I feel like my eyes are not working entirely 100%. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And... oh, no, I am not. Bishop to... oh, we have a move in Andreas' game. Bishop to f5. Double question mark. Andrea points her bishop in towards the white queen. The idea is that if the white knight now captures the black knight in the center, then we will see a recapture. The bishop will attack the queen, and if the queen tries to take the black bishop, then the queen has left the defense of the b2 bishop, allowing Andrea to get what she wants, to have that dark squared bishop pointing down the board with no dark squared opponent in the white camp. So this is what Andrea is trying to do, and this would be excellent for her. However, the problem is that there is some very tricky stuff about to happen. And the key here for white is the move pawn to g4. Pawn to g4 attacks the bishop. If the bishop captures the pawn, well, then the bishop has left the defense of the central knight, allowing the white queen to come in and pick that up. So instead, Andrea is going to have to try and save her knight before she saves the bishop. The knight can try and capture the white knight, and if white recaptures, well then the bishop pointing down on the queen has definitely paid off, as black captures the queen and wins the game. However, Andrea's opponent is not a Botez, and the Botez gambit happening as such seems quite unlikely. Instead, what Konnikova would do here is that she would use the pawns she pushed up to capture the black bishop. And then you could say that, okay, Andrea lost a bishop, but Natalie, she lost a knight. I mean, normally bishops are better than knights, but it's not a disastrous trade. However, the problem is, this square is protected, this square is protected, this square is protected, this square is protected, this one, this one, this one, and this one. The knight has nowhere to go. The knight is trapped, and that is the sad problem of Andrea's situation. And pawn to g4 has been played. Her opponent coming back at Andrea stealing her opponent's water bottle, still to be confirmed. But her opponent has said, I don't want any of that. I don't like your alpha shit. And instead, I'm gonna do my own stuff. I'm gonna play my winning move. I'm gonna leave the board, and I'm gonna leave you to think about what you've done to ruin your start of this tournament. And right now, it's a brilliant move from white. Andrea will lose her knight in the center. There's no way for her to avoid that. You can see the eval bar on the left side. It was almost equal here, about the equal amount of black and white. But after Andrea's mistake, the eval bar went pretty much entirely white, indicating that the chances of a comeback here for Andrea are slim. And she's just in tremendous trouble right now. Andrea just realized, yeah, big Sag. Where did the opponent go? She probably went to celebrate, is the harsh truth of the matter. But in chess, we don't celebrate at the board, even when our opponent steals our water bottle. So she's gonna do a little celebratory dance at the bathroom. Went to get a celebratory water bottle. You're so right. Cheers to that. Is it one loss and out? No. So this is just the start of the tournament. This tournament lasts for 9 days. Andrea and Alexandra will be playing all the 9 days. It's just that in the first round, they got really, really tricky opponents. Both girls are facing an opponent rated 500 points higher than themselves, which means that in theory, according to how the ratings are calculated, they are expected to maybe like win 1 of 100 and then make like 6 draws in 100 and then lose 93, 95. I'm really good at math. Don't worry about it. So basically, they were huge underdogs coming into these games. It never feels good to lose. So, of course, they are fighting to showcase their skill and make an upset, make people notice them. But, yeah, just they're pretty much expected to lose 95 out of 100 games. So the odds were definitely stacked against them. Is it 1 game a day? Yes, Brian. So it's 1 game a day. Every game is going to start at 3 p.m. local time in Prague. That's 9 a.m. Eastern or 6 a.m. Pacific, if you're a maniac. Yeah. I'm here all week. Looking forward to it. Kind of hoping we're gonna have more to celebrate than this. But at least Andrea showed that water bottle who's the boss. That's our only cause for celebration so far. What's their motivation to keep playing in tournaments? I mean, feel free to ask me that again when we have the post-game interview with the girls. And I'll make sure to forward the question. Because that is definitely not one I should be speaking to. I'll let them explain themselves why they've gotten caught up with the tournament circuit yet again. Because when you become old and wise, like me, you realize that playing chess is just a continuous heartbreak. Losing hurts the most in the world, and you should just try and save yourself from those emotions. But, you know, they aren't that old and wise just yet, and they have chosen to travel to Prague. Prague is a very nice city, though, that must be said, and subject themselves to this, heartache we call chess tournaments. Don't want to lose, just don't play. That's my motto. I've back in the day, I used to play like 10 tournaments in a year. Now I play like 1. Works wonders. I lose a lot less. But when I do play, I lose more. It's a tricky business. I'm completely out of practice. So percentage-wise, I lose more. But in terms of number of days I feel sad because I have lost, it's fewer. How many rounds today? There's only 1 round per day. Andrea said she's going to Europe to get those FIDE points because it's easier in the US. I mean, I think she's right. But I'm not sure the first round, when she's outrated by 500 points, is going to be the optimal way of showcasing that. I think during the course of the tournament, she's going to be facing, you know, some 70-year-old 1500 rated player. And, you know, maybe she'll win. Maybe I just jinxed her in a terrible way. Or maybe she'll win. At the very least, she'll have better chances against some old European guy than against Canadian kids. Because we all know the Canadian kids, they don't mess around. How can Alexandra get a draw? I'm not sure she can. Okay, we'll leave Andrea to think about the consequences of her actions. And let me just drop back into Alexandra's game, because actually there's been some developments here. Alexandra plays the move pawn to c5, and honestly, that's a brilliant attempt from Alexandra, because she's trying to shut down the position. She's trying to create these blockades. Now these white pawns cannot move forward because of the black pawns. We have this blockade, which is actually working in white's favor, because now it's more difficult for Alexandra to attack the white king. But Alexandra is definitely trying to set up some kind of defensive situation. And I think it's a really, really good attempt from her to do so. Bishop to e2. I'm not sure about this move. I understand the point. So the idea is this bishop is not better placed in front of the king than it was next to the king. This move is not about the bishop's placement whatsoever. It's about the fact that white is concerned the black bishop will come in and attack the white bishop and try and destroy the blockade or kind of the security that white has created for their own king. So bishop to e2, it's not about the bishop at all. It's about preventing black from playing bishop to d4, because you have this idea knight to f1. the bishop had to move because the knight wanted to use that square so that the knight can take over the bishop's blockading position, standing in the path of the black pawn in the center, making sure that this pawn cannot move forward, while also actually inserting some pressure towards these black pawns in at the same time. So that was actually quite a clever move, but it had quite a sneaky reasoning. So I thought it was a silly move to begin with, but once you understand the plan, it's actually kind of smart. Alexandra, she played knight to c7. Maybe she can go like pawn to b5 in the future and try and make some... Pawn to b5 is not super bad. Because you can make it like some kind of a sacrifice. So say white does something silly, then you can go pawn to b5, and if this one is captured, then you can go knight to b6 and then bishop to b7, and you can try to put all your pieces attacking this white pawn in the center. This white pawn used to be guarded by another white pawn, but because we lured that defending pawn out on the side of the board, we can then completely surround the pawn in the center, which would be actually a winning position for Alexandra. So this is still a really, really tense game. Her opponent played king to f2, question mark. Oh my gosh, look at this idea the computer is suggesting. Knight to e5. We praised the move pawn to f4, the pawn to f3, then pawn to f4. We said this was brilliant because the pawn now makes sure that the black knight cannot move up in the center of the board. However, here the opportunity has presented itself for Alexandra to potentially make that move to the impossible square, because if this knight is captured, then pawn to f4 traps the bishop afterwards, because now the bishop cannot move backwards because of the king blocking. Wow. However, this is wild. The computer says actually pawn to f4 is not a good move. And here instead, black should just recapture in the center, because it's more important for black to keep this pawn formation, the pawns protecting each other, because this forward pawn on e4, this guy is making sure that the white bishop is unable to do something good. And this other pawn is making sure that both the knights cannot really move anywhere. And the computer is saying that even though Alexandra is down a knight for just a pawn here, the fact that black's pawns are so good at kind of limiting the options for white's pieces. In addition, black has this incredible bishop in the center that cannot be challenged, and that is pointing out to both sides of the board. Computer thinks this is actually quite interesting for black, and that black has really good compensation for a piece. Yeah, so this game is still very wild. A lot of intriguing options. I was going to say for both players, but really the intriguing options are mostly for Alexandra. White is going to try to push his pawns forward against the black king. So Alexandra needs to strike before white starts getting their attack moving forward. And sacrificing the knight in the center of the board, that would be a spectacular way of seizing the initiative and taking over control of this game. I don't really see Alexandra making this move, but at the same, I feel like she's capable. Like crazy sacrifices, that is kind of Alexandra's style, and it is the way to play given how she executed her opening. She was very fearless in going for an aggressive opening, and then maybe you're in the mindset where you're thinking, oh, let me sacrifice, let me attack, let me try and open up against the opponent's king. I think this is a good position for Alexandra to spend some time at least to figure out what she wants to do next. Let's move over to Andrea. Andrea realized that no matter what she did, her knight was going to be in trouble. So she captured a white pawn and tried to maximize how much she gets for the knight, or in this case, actually, it's the bishop that is captured. The knight cannot be recaptured because of the attack the bishop has on the queen. The only problem is the attack the bishop has on the queen is so easily parried by the fact that white moved this pawn up to capture the bishop on the previous move. Andrea this time is able to get her knight out of trouble. She's aiming now to go to the e3 square, where the knight would attack both the queen and the rook. So that would give her some hope. However, she hasn't really concealed her idea, I would say. And it's blatantly obvious for her opponent what Andrea is trying to do. That doesn't necessarily need to be a bad thing. Remember how Alexandra in her game was very clearly just trying to push her pawn forward, and there was nothing really white could do about it. So being obvious about your plan doesn't have to be a disaster. However, here it's pretty straightforward for white to guard against the entry of the black knight and knight to d1. Yes, it's moving the knight backwards. Yes, it's a bit passive, but white has already won a bishop, so you can afford to play some passive moves. In addition, this move opens up the diagonal between the two bishops. And when you're up a full bishop like white is here, you're always going to be wanting to make trades to simplify the position, to give your opponents less hope of creating an attack. And yeah, that's what we're looking at right here. And frankly, it looks really, really good for white. It's going to be a real pity if Andreas... Oh, and knight d1 has been played. My bad. So, yeah. Konnikova is playing very well, but feels bad for Andrea that her first game here it's just decided by a blunder. It's all there is to it. She made one bad move and now she doesn't stand a chance. Chess is very unforgiving in that way. It was so unforced too. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, in some ways, every mistake you make in chess is unforced. Like, no one's holding a gun to your head. But I understand what you're saying in that she wasn't under a massive attack. Okay, I'm going to have to take a little bathroom break. But I think we have the current positions in both boards. Alex moved. Did she? There's no bathroom break, huh? Okay, Alexandra did move. She played king into the corner. Huh. This is very interesting, because it feels like this is absolutely the wrong place for the king to be, because you're actually taking away one of your bishop's retreat squares. And white's plan here is basically just to push this side pawn forward. However, what Alexandra has realized is that if white now tries to continue forward on the king side, then she can probably block with her pawn. And this is annoying for white because say you make a bit of a nothing move on the other side, then Alexandra can actually just capture the white pawn, allow white to have two pawns working together, coming forward with no black pawns in their path. It's all okay because you managed to get rid of this f4 pawn that was holding white's position together. And this is actually a really good illustration of how important this pawn is. This pawn is preventing the advance here. It's preventing the knight from coming up. It's preventing everything. And so if Alexandra gets a trade here, she lures the pawn away from its defensive positioning, and then she can advance, she can move the knight up, and she's just winning the game. So very interesting move. But by putting her king in the way of the bishop, I feel like she's being too obvious. Yeah, she's being too obvious. Her plan is good, but her plan would have been good also if she had played a different move and her opponent didn't really understand what was going on. So if Alexandra had played like a nothing move here on the queen side, if then pawn to h5, she still could play pawn to h6. And the reason why she moved the king over is because she's afraid of some kind of a trade here, and then the queen coming down, pointing in on the king. But I'm not sure I agree that this was something to fear. So there's definitely a logic behind Alexandra's play. She wants to kind of evacuate the king before this sort of attack happens. But on the other hand, here we have the knight about to move forward into white's camp. This doesn't look that bad to me. Computer says it's awful for black, but I think it looks fine. Okay, I guess on this occasion, we will give it to the computer and say that Alexandra has played in a computer-approved way. The only problem is that when you move your king over here and kind of self-trap your own bishop, you're making your opponent super aware of what your plan is. So now h5 is just never going to happen because the opponent is going to realize, well, after h5, she's going to play h6. She's going to try to do something to eliminate the pawn on f4, essentially wanting this trade so that the f4 pawn has to recapture. Actually, the more I think about it, maybe this is very clever. So I don't think Balázs Shanka, I need to learn Hungarian pronunciation, but he's definitely not going to play h5 now because Alexandra basically stood on top of the mountain and shouted, "Do not play this move because I'm ready to go h6 if you do." So I didn't like it for the obviousness of kind of informing the opponent about what's going on. But on the other hand, if white is not going to play this move pawn to h5, then what is white going to do? So as long as you prevent white's main plan in the position, probably that's a good thing. In the meantime, pawn to a4 has been played, which is actually brilliant. It was the computer's top choice. And it looks as though we talked about how the position is super blockaded, right? And it looks as though white is just making this more and more drawish. However, white had legitimate concerns about this pawn to b5 move we talked about earlier. How Alexandra could try and get all her her pieces pointed in towards this white pawn in the center and sacrifice her pawn on this b5 square to lure the white pawn out on the side of the board so that the white pawn was no longer protecting its buddy in the middle. And that's why pawn to a4 was played, because now anytime Alexandra tries to go for this pawn sacrifice, she doesn't manage to lure the white pawn that's supposed to be defending its buddy. Instead, there's a new white pawn ready to capture, and white retains that cooperation between the pawns protecting each other in the middle. Okay, very interesting move. Very complicated game still. Alexandra now has decent chances at blockading the position and getting a draw simply because there's no way to make progress for either player. But her opponent is relying on the fact that at some point, sometime in the future, it should be possible to make something happen. It's a very interesting game. Like, Alexandra could try to capture this white knight, and then this white bishop would be really bad. And like, the computer hates black's position. But like, how are these bishops going to be able to contribute to the game? This bishop is being blocked by its own pawn. This bishop is being blocked by a black pawn. And then it just becomes a question of how are you going to defend against this onslaught? And computer says you cannot defend against this, but it's not entirely obvious. Like, these two bishops are so bad. Okay, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Alexandra goes knight to a6. So she's just trying to get her knight up into an attacking position. That makes sense. That knight didn't really have much of a future anyway. And what I'm noticing when I'm looking at the computer's suggestions, ooh, this is actually super interesting. Like, the computer is saying she will move one of her knights to this b4 square. There are no white pawns that can chase this knight away. And then after she's done that, computer, among its top choices, has this move knight to e5 again, saying that Alexandra can sacrifice her knight. If the knight is not captured, then these two knights work together getting into that d3 square. But if the knight is captured, then maybe we have some kind of pawn assault with the three pawns working together. Bishop takes. I don't know. Looks very tricky still, but there's a lot of situations, even though the computer is very optimistic on white's behalf, we need to keep in mind that the position is very blocked. And there are situations in which the computer misunderstands the position and doesn't realize that it's a draw, even though it's super blocked. Or rather, because it's super blocked. Okay, very interesting game. One of the things I like about this move is that her next move is absolutely obvious. So she's going to be able to play her next move without thinking, basically, which is always good for someone who has a tendency to get a little bit low on time. I think that's the polite way of saying it. Are you the guy that beat Magnus with an en passant? I would be liked to be remembered on my gravestone. Maybe I should just have checkmated Magnus with an en passant. Other way around? No way around? I mean, if I were to graffiti Magnus's gravestone with "God checkmated" with an en passant by hammer, I mean, I think I would go to prison. But at that stage, I would probably be like 80, 90, so maybe I wouldn't mind. I would print it on business cards. I should probably do that. Thanks, Nick Simon. Could you turn Andrea's play into a win if you step in now? No. Andrea's a lost cause, unfortunately. Oh, no. Sorry. Don't tell her I said that. That's just me not being a native English speaker. Andrea's position is a lost cause. Position. Her position is. Damn it. Okay, I'm taking a break before I get fired. hammer checking contract. I mean, whether they're allowed to fire me. The Botez sisters are savvy businesswomen. They have clauses. Don't you worry about it. I'm sure they can fire me. I just take that for granted. Are you their coach? I would prefer not to comment that until we have some dubs. Thank you. We'll have a coach reveal at a later stage. That's in the coach's contract. Coaches remain anonymous until they have a couple of dubs. That's only fair. Pleading the fifth? No, that would admit that I had something to do with this, no? Do we have any lawyers in chat? I don't think we have anything like pleading the fifth in Norway, Europe even. But is it like pleading the fifth can never be assumed to be an admission of guilt? Is that like a thing? Norway does? Like you have the right to remain silent kind of thing? I thought if you're asked a question in court, you have to answer it in Norway. Except maybe like if your wife or husband or something. I know nothing about chess, but those bars don't look good. Hey, Stakey, you don't really need to know any more about chess than being able to interpret the eval bars. That's, you already summed it up rather well. Although I do think the computer is slightly underestimating Alexandra's position. But Andreas does not look great. Ulan gifting 12 subs. Thank you, Ulan.
Ulan Kaloof had gifted a tier 1 sub to Vlad22. Ulan Kaloof had gifted a tier 1 sub to Puzzledsna. Ulan Kaloof had gifted a tier 1 sub to Nate Nocturnal.
How much time does each player have? Let me check.
356.
Andrea made a move. Pawn to c6. She's trying to get her queen out so that she can point her queen down on the opponent's king. I don't think we have clock times. I don't have clock times on mychess.com. Is that me having messed up, or is that like... I can see the wiring going into the clock. Yeah, it's not being relayed. How has Andrea not resigned yet? Because no one likes to resign after less than 20 moves. Give her some time to digest what has happened. Alexandra also made a move. No, her opponent made a move. Her opponent moved the king away, so I guess he's kind of anticipating that something could happen with the rook opening up, pointing down on the king. So he wanted to get the king out of the way, which makes sense. But my concern is that Alexandra still hasn't played knight to b4, which is the super obvious continuation. If you're going to play knight to a6, you got to play knight to b4 next. Like, surely that's the only thing that makes sense. So I've been liking Alexandra's time usage so far, but here I feel like just get that knight further up the board and then see what the opponent does. You already said A, go ahead and say B and continue your plan. Oh God. There was a drug deal and I missed it? Damn it. I'm missing all the drama. I missed the Watergate drama as well. That's not a very good sign though. That means Andrea's not feeling too good. Shouldn't Alexandra try to block the king side more before attacking on the queen side? Well, the problem is she has no way of blocking the king side. Like, she needed an extra pawn here. If Alexandra could move this pawn back, that would be super good. So like, if you could move this pawn back, then you both have the ability to attack through the center without your own pawn being in the way. But then you would also be able to play like pawn to h5 and have that pawn be protected by this guy. And then you would be able to blockade the king side. But right now, there's just no way for Alexandra to cover herself against these advances because she only has one pawn to try and stop white's two pawns. And that is the major reason that her position is problematic. If not for that problem, then Alexandra would be doing very well here. Doesn't she need to move her rook so that her bishop doesn't get trapped? Well, actually, so Alexandra at some point played this move king to h8, and the idea behind that move was to prevent the advance of white's pawn, because then she could move her own pawn up, not being scared about the opening of the g-file because she moved her king away from there. And she would then try to make a trade between the pawns so that white's blockading pawn on f4 would recapture, and then she could advance her pawns in the center of the board and try and open up for her rook down towards the white king. So Alexandra right now has a really good counter to this h5, h6 plan. So now what is happening is that white is choosing to kind of secure his king positioning before he continues advancing along the edge of the board. Wouldn't the position be worse for Alexandra if she had the pawn on g6, because then h5 would be even stronger? No. She would benefit from having more pawns around her own king, and she would also benefit, like, if Alexandra had a choice in this position, if that was like a thing, she would genuinely consider just getting rid of this pawn altogether, just taking it off the board. Because this pawn is blocking the rook and queen's ability to put pressure through the center in towards these white bishops. So like another part of the reason why moving this pawn closer to the king would be so beneficial would be that this pawn no longer blocks our ability to point up the e-file. But, you know, would have, could have, should have, can't. We cannot move our pawns freely. And so it becomes a very hypothetical discussion. Natalie's simplifying. Okay, let's move over there. So honestly, I thought the moves were gonna come in automatically when I was at the end of the... Okay, I'm not sure why I'm not getting the moves automatically, but yeah, the bishops were sitting up against each other. Konakova, she goes for the trade. She then tries to kick the black knight away. Andrea counters with a check in towards the white king. Ooh, but actually, if white is super clever right now, there's the very tricky pawn to c5. Blocking the check on the king while simultaneously making an attack on the queen. Andrea can capture this pawn, but then pawn takes knight. Knight takes pawn, attacking the rook and giving a check on the king. Pawn blocks. Sorry. And then knight takes rook. It seems like Andrea has accomplished something, but at the end of that line, the queen comes in to attack both the king and the knight, and white managed to get a position with 2 knights and a bishop in trade for a rook and a couple of pawns, which should be good for the one with the 3 attacking pieces. So at least we're giving the white player something to think about. Like here, this needs to be calculated. It's not obvious that it's good for white. So I'm expecting some calculations and some thinking here. We're gonna move back because I swear I could see a move being made by Alexandra. She plays rook to g8. So she's following the white king. She wants to have that rook pointing down on the white king, which makes sense. Computer doesn't like it, gives it a question mark. Why would this be bad? It's not clear to me why the computer would be unhappy about this move. It seems fine. The only thing is that it gives up some protection of this f5 pawn. So you could imagine that the white knight would come up to attack that pawn. But it feels like that shouldn't be the end of the world. Like, white is going to have to spend a lot of time to reinforce that pressure. Oh, and here computer suddenly wants to jump into the lion's den, essentially. And somehow this is okay for black with the knight being trapped in behind the white pawns. Yeah, no, I think we're not really gonna understand this position. This is a very, very tricky situation. And it's not clear to me what white's plan moving forward should be. But on the other hand, it's not clear to me what black's plan moving forward should be either. So a bit of a struggle there for both sides. Knight f1 was played. The knight is trying to target this pawn on f5. But Alexandra can keep that protected, so shouldn't be too big of a deal. So just knight f8 now makes a lot of sense, opening up for the bishop to protect the pawn. And it's just a very tense, closed game. Very difficult for white to break through. Bishop takes c3, let's go. Computer wants bishop takes knight, but I think that would just make white's... I think it would make white's path forward a lot easier. Now that I think about it. I do think this bishop can still play an important role as a defender. So earlier we were discussing whether this trade could be good. And I guess part of the reason why I don't like this trade now is that we moved our knight out to the edge in order to go to this b4 square. But if we make this trade, then we've wasted so much time with this guy that can't even move forward because then you get captured. But I do appreciate the general idea of these pawns being very problematic for the bishops. Like these two pawns are stuck. They're never gonna get to move. And they will always be blocking a lot of important diagonals for the white bishops. My only concern is that the bishops will somehow manage to reroute over on the king side. So you could imagine some kind of situation where this, like white has all the time in the world since the position is so closed. And like white could run over here with the king, not really anything black can do over here. And then white will improve the position of this knight and then start improving the positioning of the bishops. And then I'm scared that at some point both the bishops will find some kind of a... Wow. Actually here, this knight arriving on this square to put pressure on white's pawns is actually kind of brilliant. It's very time consuming for... Maybe something like this is better. Ah, but then we come here and attack this one. I'm not super opposed. I'm not super opposed to this trade. Because it really limits the options for white's bishops moving forward. It's just that if we were going to take this knight, I probably would have preferred to do it before we played knight to a6. Because knight to a6 and bishop takes knight do not work together. Because right now the knight is trying to come here, and if you make the trade, then the knight gets kicked out. But the position is definitely not as hopeless for Alexandra as the computer seems to think. This is still a very tricky position to break down for white. Okay, we're gonna let Alexandra think about this and move back to Andrea. So pawn to c5 was very fancy, but unnecessarily fancy. This is something you all should take note of. When you're up a full bishop, don't try and win in a fancy way. Just keep it simple. Pawn to e3, just block this check. If the knight captures the pawn, then queen to f2 attacks the knight. If the knight moves, the queen is lost behind it. So that's not going to work. Instead, Andrea is going to have to retreat, which she did. And now further trades being made, the pawns traded. And after the pawns are traded, the bishop and knight are probably going to work together, targeting this black pawn on c6. I do think that these white pawns on the king's side are not looking great. I feel like that in a time scramble, Andrea could have some chances of swindling the opponent. The concern is that as far as time scrambles are concerned, it's Andrea that's closer to it. If Andrea can just get her opponent thinking for a little bit, then maybe the lack of pawns guarding the white king could play a role. But right now, it does look as though Konnikova is playing all the right moves and is punishing the one mistake Andrea made so far in this game. What are the opponent's elos? So both girls are playing an opponent rated 500 points above themselves. So I tried to do the math on this earlier, but it means that they're pretty much expected to lose 95 out of 100 games, which is not great odds. And it also means that it's a tough way of starting the tournament, because yeah, you're probably not going to get off to a good start. But there will be easier opponents later on in the week. And this tournament they're playing in Prague, it's one game per day. They're going to be playing for 9 days straight. And if you want to watch more of this commentary and watch the girls' journey, then you definitely should watch every day at 3 p.m. Prague time, Central European. That's 9 a.m. East Coast and 6 a.m. Pacific if you're, I don't know, a hardworking person who gets up at that time. Are you commentating each day? I'm commentating every day except the last one. So for the last day, I have a prior commitment. But other than that, I'm doing every day. And I'm also doing, so after this Prague tournament, Andrea and Alexandra are going to fly on to Iceland, to the literally active volcano currently creating problems there. And as if Iceland didn't have enough problems with natural disasters, Hurricane Andrea is on her way as well. And I will be doing commentary on every day for the Reykjavik tournament. So lots of chess coming up on the channel in the next 2 weeks. Chess tournament inside an active volcano. That doesn't seem wise to me. But I do feel bad for Andrea. I'm not sure Andrea has been to Iceland before, but she's gonna miss out on the Blue Lagoon, which is like this very classic oasis for tourists. It's bathing in the hot springs. But right now the Blue Lagoon is closed because the hot springs. Let's just say the reason the springs are hot to begin with is causing a bit of chaos in the country at the moment. There's hot and then there's lava, and you don't want the lava hot. Blue Lagoon is open today? Really? Can we trust info from chat? I thought they literally had to close down because the lava was approaching the resort. Let me try and find a map. The Blue Lagoon is so close to the village that's being fully evacuated because of the lava. Or so I thought. Maps, lava, Iceland. Current eruption site. Road cut by lava. Hot water pipeline cut by lava. Blue Lagoon. They've created a wall between the lava and the Blue Lagoon, and there's like 500 meters maximum between the Blue Lagoon and the lava. You're saying they're open right now? That is bold. Do you understand Icelandic? And I went to Washington Post. I found a map there. I'm not sure I'm allowed to post links. I am. Tickets half price? I mean, they better be. Or maybe you don't put the tickets at half price because that's kind of admitting that this is not 100% safe. Lava defeated? I mean, if you wrote lava defeated in Icelandic, maybe I would believe you. But I'm starting to think people are just saying stuff. Is the wall a reliable wall? That is not my impression. I read a news story that the wall kind of succumbed to the lava in one area that it wasn't able to deal with, which makes sense if I'm honest. Like, how many packets of sand do you have to put in the way to block a literal lava stream? I would think a lot. I'm not even sure Iceland has that much sand. I mean, maybe they can make like barriers of old lava rock, but they don't have any much other things than they have lava and they have old lava, and that's about it. We're gonna build a wall and the lava's gonna pay for it. Yeah. I like that, if that wasn't clear. I didn't know exactly what to say, but I did think it was funny. We're getting some more moves in Andrea's game, but honestly, it's not great. Her opponent's playing very well. Now she's trying to trade. And when this trade happens, there's not really going to be a lot of attacking chances on the white king. Andrea has her queen pointing down on the white king, but white has a really nice blockade with this pawn and knight standing in the path of the queen. And it's really difficult for Andrea to break down this blockade. She really wants to play the move e5 to chase the knight away. But the problem is if you go e5, then, you're going to have other problems with your king being lured out into the middle of the board. So not looking great for Andrea. I'm going to jump over to Alexandra and see what's up there. Why do we have a knight over here? Alexandra is moving all her pieces away from her king, which seems kind of suspicious to me. But on the other hand, if she can do something like knight here, and then if the knight comes up here to take this bishop, can we then make this trade and jump in here? Because now we're threatening to take this one. Yeah, we're going to lose a pawn, but I've made the argument earlier that we don't really care about this pawn because we want to have the ability to attack through the center. The only problem here is that if you go bishop here and try to get this rook into the middle, then actually bishop d4 is really good. Sacrificing the bishop, but it's checkmate. The king is trapped in the corner and there's nothing you can do about it. So yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is. I guess you start going here and then you kind of see what happens. If the guy plays knight to h5, we could probably just try and take this knight out with our bishop. And then he's going to say, well, I'd rather take the bishop that's defending your king, but then we take back with the rook. And this could technically be okay. My only concern here would be that because we didn't trade our bishop for this white knight, there are now circumstances where the white knight can just move away and then the bishop comes there instead. And then this diagonal becomes kind of scary because you can also try and get the queen there, like something like this. The queen and bishop can work together on this diagonal kind of through the heart of black's position. And then if we continue our little fairy tale thinking, sometimes that's useful. Yeah, you can get this knight in position to attack here. And then you can get your bishop to attack here. Oh, but here the computer thinks black is okay. Okay, this is interesting. So basically, what Alexandra needs to do is get the heck out of there. So actually, returning to the current position, bishop to d7, knight moves up to try and take the bishop. We're trying to say, well, we want to eliminate the knight as soon as possible. The trade happens, and then instead of taking with the rook, what we should do is take with the king. And this is actually recommended by the computer. Computer's first line here is king takes, then king f8, and then king e7, and then king d7 and king c7. Basically getting the frick out of there as fast as humanly possible. And then computer says there's chances to survive. It's still a very blocked situation. So actually, maybe knight b6 was not at all bad from Alexandra, as long as she realizes that the point of this move is kind of to make a path for the king to get away. Space coming in with a 5 gifted with a tier of sub trade I've never seen before. Thank you everyone donating subs. It's really appreciated. I gotta admit, I don't have the sub sound on, so I can't tell when I'm speaking over the sub sounds. But let me know if that's a problem. At the very least, I can reduce the sound a little. There's no sub sound? Oh, okay. I thought I fixed that actually, but I guess I didn't. This is GG. For whom? Andrea or Alexandra? You need to be more specific. It's my first time doing a dual commentary with these two. And honestly, your comment could be correct for both positions. So just want to double check. Andrea is a very expressive player. Do you think this impacts over the board performance? I think it's very important, but I think this is true both over the board and when playing online, that you need to be able to cope with negative emotions. Ooh, Alexandra takes on c3. Very interesting. I don't love it with the knights over here, though. Surely now we need to move this guy over. Maybe we go king here. How is this? The problem is every time we go here, this guy gets captured. And it's very easy now for white to create some threats down against these guys. Which is why I feel like if Alexandra wanted to make this trade, she should have done it earlier. Like, she's had the option of taking this guy for a very long time. I feel like maybe it would have been better to do it earlier while the knights were still in the middle. Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to judge any of this. But definitely this knight is not super happy about first having the plan to go to b4 and then now having that plan kind of just completely removed with the advent of the white pawn getting involved. Space coming with another gift bomb. 20 in one go. Thank you, Space. Can you show the times? No, I cannot. Because I don't have times for Andrea. I do have times for Alexandra. It says she has 10 minutes left. But frankly, you can also see that if you just zoom in on the video. Wouldn't knight to c4 be good for threatening? Well, the problem is the white bishop does have that square under control for the time being. And I don't see how we're going to be able to exert more pressure on that square. Like, we could hope to get a bishop here to attack here, but like this knight is always attacking this guy, so our bishop needs to be in defense there. Also, there's like 2 pieces in the way. And in order for this guy to get moved, we first need to move this guy. But if we move that guy, we no longer have the pressure here. So getting the black pieces to work together is a bit of a problem right now. They're both getting cooked. I'm not sure I agree with that terminology, but they are having very difficult games, yes. They're both playing against players rated 500 points above them, which, if I did my math correctly, means that they're expected to lose 95 out of 100 games. Slow cooked to perfection. Is that the ultimate way of cooking something? Just slow cook it for a while. How much time do they have? Alexandra has 8 minutes. Andrea has less. So we're looking at the critical phase of the, well, this is me doing commentary on autopilot. We're looking at the critical phase in the game. And then realizing probably the critical phase was an hour ago. Because right now they're struggling both on time and the board. It's okay to struggle on one or the other. But when you struggle on both, that's when the slow cooking is taking its effect. Let's check in with Andrea. So Andrea moved her knight away, trying to find this good square in the center. That makes sense. Kanakova just continues moving her pawns forward. I mean, computer is really liking her play this entire game. But once again, I feel like if something bad were to happen now to the white position, then suddenly like all these pawns and the king not having any pawns close to protect it, I mean, you can imagine something happening. Andrea plays d5, trying to open up in the center. She wants this trade now because she wants to open up for her rook against the queen. But her opponent is not really being very considerate of Andrea's wants this entire game, and is refusing to make the trade, and is also pointing her queen down against the black king. Andrea moves the king away. Now I would be a bit scared about some bishop pointing in here. I feel like that's very likely gonna be Natalie's next plan. Space with another gift bomb, 12 this time. Thank you so much, Space, and congrats to everyone getting some of that generosity in form of a sub. Bishop D, maybe? Are you talking about Alexandra or... Oh, wow, you're right. My mouse cursor is on both at the same time. That is so weird. I don't think I can fix it, though. I mean, I can turn off cursor altogether. Are we going to have a vote on that? I could just turn it off because I'm doing highlights anyway. Very distracting sometimes. I could probably turn it off. It would involve me doing technical stuff. Which is always a bit of a iffy thing. It's fine, you don't need to turn it off. Yeah, but I think it looks better without. Like if I want to like highlight something, I can always do that. What do the players write while playing? Good question, Negative Dota. They're simply writing their moves. It's very analog, I understand, especially for a Twitch viewer such as yourself. But it's a chess tradition to write down your moves so that in case your game is not on an electronic board, you have the moves to go over with your coach in the future to try and learn from the game. Now we have the same board twice. That is freaking weird. How did that happen? Just because I removed the cursor? That's wild. How? What kind of magic is this? Okay, I fixed it. I don't know how it happened. Okay, Andrea is really low on time, so she just has to move very quickly. Knight to rook to e8, I think is a good move from Andrea. She wants to go e5, and she really needs to kick this knight out of its positioning. The black queen wants to point down on the white king. And in order to do that, you need to get past these guys. Wow, space with another 20 gifted. Oh my gosh. Everyone is above 2,000 in chat. You get auto banned if lower. Oh, really? Is that how it works? I thought all the know-it-alls got banned. How do you get an official chess rating? By playing real-life tournaments? Or is there a website? It depends on your definition of an official chess rating. Like, you get a rating when you play on chess.com. And that is the official chess.com rating. But if you want to be rated within the World Chess Federation, then you need to play a real life tournament. So chess.com you can do online, and World Chess Federation, it has to be over the board, IRL. Only one feed attorney will get you ranked. I believe so. I think you can get a rating once you play 3 games against FIDE-rated opposition as long as you score at least... I'm not sure what it is. It's been a while since this has been, you know, something I was interested in. I got my rating quite some time ago. But I think the new rules, back in the day, you had to play like a minimum of 9 games over a minimum of 2 tournaments and a minimum score of this and that. But now I think you just need like 3 games and you need to score at least a draw or a win. What are the draw chances for Alexandra? I think the draw chances are slim on both boards. Konnikova has played a fantastic game. Andrea's been pretty much left with no chance at all. And then Alexandra has had a bit more of a roller coaster game. Oh yeah, but now, oof. Look at that move. Bishop to d4, double exclam. Man, I missed the big moment. Alexandra is taken down by just the classiest of sacrifices. Brilliant play from Balázs Zonka. If the bishop is captured, then the queen comes up, check against the cornered king, but also pressure against this knight. The rook has to block. The knight will then come in. The queen... Did I ruin something? The queen will then need to go over to protect the rook, but then the queen abandons the knight and the knight is captured. So Alexandra tries to block with her rook instead, saying, why don't you take my rook? And then I don't have to be concerned about this bishop anymore. But the guy says, no, thank you. I want you to take my bishop. I want to force you to take my bishop so that my queen can get involved. Then Alexandra uses her queen to protect the rook and protect the knight at the same time. The problem is once the rook is captured, the queen has to step over into defense, and then the knight is lost thereafter. Alexandra is still playing on, which is actually not that strange, because if she was able to get a blockading knight now, there would still be some hope in the position. She's lost a rook against a knight, but that in itself is not going to kill her. If her opponent now plays pawn to h5, then she might be able to get her knight in a blockading position, and she can try to shut down this whole thing. In a position like this, it wouldn't be entirely clear that she's in massive trouble, because the black pieces are attacking the pawn on the right side, and there's no clear way for white to utilize the rooks to attack the black king, because the white pawn is actually blocking its own rook from doing the attack. So instead, the suggested move here from the computer is to sacrifice pawn to c5, giving up a free pawn, but in doing so, opening up for the bishop to contribute into the game better, but also opening up for the pawn in the center to advance further forward. And the pawn attacks the queen has to go, and then the white queen gets back, and like it's such a big difference between this position and the one we had earlier, because of the black knight is unable to find its good square here, and also the bishop is able to get into play, which makes a massive difference as the black king is just defenseless on the edge of the board. So yeah, that is just a very classy sacrifice from the almost grandmaster, where at this point we have been slightly impressed with his play, so I should maybe stop calling him the almost Grandmaster. Maybe he'll complete his Grandmaster title in this tournament. What do we know? Maybe beating Alexandra is the start to the tournament he needed to finally accomplish his chess goal. If someone wants to do any research. Oh, God. Okay. I guess that kind of explains how it went, doesn't it? Battery dead. I feel like more Alexandra dead would be my suspicion. Hammer, you're gonna get fired? No, I'm not getting fired. I think they just they removed the camera. I think that's what happened. We're watching these games on a 15 minutes delayed feed because apparently that's what all the players want from chess, from anti-cheating measures. They want to ruin chess broadcasts in the name of anti-cheating. You can guess my feelings on the subject based on the words that's coming out of my mouth, but I'm guessing that the 15-minute delay has something to do with the camera going black. I think Alexandra is packing up in real time. How can someone cheat? Actually, that part is not too difficult. So right now, chess engines are just tremendously more powerful than the human mind. So if you're fed moves from an engine, then you would win every game. And then there's this talk about, well, how can you get moves during the game? And there's plenty of ways. Like you could have a friend just walk up to you in the middle of the playing hall and tell you should really make this move now. You can have some kind of communication device in your ears. You could have... Oh, God, am I going to say it? I'll let chat say it. Beads? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Beads? What kind of beads? Jewelry? Can you cheat with jewelry? Maybe. I don't know. What other beads would you mean other than the ones to wear on your hands? Magic beads. Magic beads would definitely be pretty good. Techno beats? I don't know if that's cheating. Andrea played. Well, yeah, Alexandra also played. But Alexandra's opponent found this really good pawn. Well, it's not even a pawn sacrifice, really. It's just a temporary pawn sacrifice, making sure that Alexandra cannot blockade the position, and now the queen is coming in to attack from the right to the left. And the bishop can get involved too. Alexandra's king in the corner is pretty much... it's trapped. So it's not looking good for Alexandra. Very, very nice sacrifice of the bishop. Let's see that again. The guy got a double exclam. Yes, we may lose some games, but I think we can be excused when the opponent had to come up with a double exclam move to take us down. But yeah, going back to the current position, it's not looking great. Let's check in with Andrea. How much time does Andrea's opponent have left? Like 20 minutes? Andrea's managed to win a pawn. So we saw Andrea had this plan of pushing the pawn up to e5 to dislodge the very good white knight in the center. And now she's threatening this pawn on the side. And she's centralizing her knight. The queen comes up to try and push the knight away, but then Andrea actually gets a pawn. So is this improving this situation for Andrea? No, it's not, actually. Wow. Computer move. Pawn to b4. Pawn to b4 attacks the queen. Yes, that pawn is poorly defended. We can capture it with our queen, but if we do, our queen also moves away from protecting the knight in the center. So it's one of those classic luring the queen out of position tactics. And that seems to work very, very well in this instance. Andrea would need to move her queen back to keep the defense of the knight, but then she's moving her queen into the path of the white rook with devastating consequences. For instance, knight takes c6. Brilliant move. The knight is defended by the bishop. Yeah, there's a lot of attacks on the knight, but the key is that there's also an attack on the black queen, and it becomes too much to deal with. So pawn to b4, that could finish it right now for Natalie Konakova, who has played a really good game so far, I think. She took on c4. Well, that's good news, because it means the game will continue. But it doesn't really increase Andrea's chances by much, does it? If Andrea captures the pawn on a3, then the queen has left the knight undefended, so that's not possible. If the queen captures the pawn on c4, then once again the queen moves away from the knight, allowing it to be captured. And finally, if the knight captures the pawn, which is probably the best options of the captures, but then the knight is removed from helping defend the king. And after the pawn trade, it would open up for white's queen and rook pointing down on the black king. So, yeah. Not great. So, rook f8 has been played. Good call. Now we're threatening to capture this pawn. As long as Andrea is making threats, she's keeping her opponent a little bit stressed. Like, her opponent feels like, oh, this game should have been done ages ago. But Andrea keeps creating threats, keeps creating some kind of problems that leaves the opponent having to be a little bit accurate. Always. Time to grab another water bottle. Yeah, I'm hoping we get to talk to Andrea after the game. I have some questions. Poor Andrea, having to talk to me after the game. Is that what you're saying? Did Alex lose? We're not sure. The camera went out. We're hoping there was a blackout at the venue and everyone forgot how the pieces were and they just agreed to a draw. Seeing as how Andrea's camera is working and there's a light on, I'm not sure that theory has too much promise. Yeah, I kind of got that, Alexandra. Do you want to come talk to me? Oh, no, she lost. She's not talking. Never mind. Can you update to the live chessboard? Did I not? Oh, yeah. Knight back attacks the queen, trying to get the queen to stop defending the knight, but then Andrea counters with a capture in the center, capturing a pawn and counterattacking the white knight. I feel like Andrea's opponent is kind of freaking out right now. She lost a pawn very unnecessarily, and she doesn't even have that many pawns left. When you run out of pawns, you run out of the chance of having a new queen. So very often, even if you're up by a bishop, if there are no more pawns left, the game should be a draw. So every pawn Andrea manages to capture right now is a huge deal. And if there's a queen trade, then the knight is attacking two pawns at the same time, further reducing the number of pawns on the board. That would be a big success for Andrea. I've been praising Konnikova so much so far, but she's kind of slipping right now. Knight to a5 would turn the tables. Well, knight to a5 captures a pawn, yes, but then after queen to c3, there's a pressure against the knight, and the knight doesn't actually have that many places to go. So this could be okay for Andrea. Her opponent captures the knight in the center. Andrea captures the white knight. And now there's no good way for white to defend this pawn on a3. Andrea might legitimately make a comeback here. Can't white okay with queen takes e7? Well, if queen takes e7, then the rook will attack the queen. The queen has to move. And then queen takes pawn. Queen trade. But then we're attacking two pawns at the same time. And that's starting to become a big deal because there's just a lack of pawns remaining on the board. And the fewer the pawns, the bigger the chances of a draw. Eval bar still not looking good. Well, eval bar considers only perfect play. And I don't think Andrea's opponent is going to play perfectly from here on out. Some of you guys with good vision, can you tell me what Andrea's opponent's clock is like? Ooh, Andrea's opponent voluntarily making pawn trades. This is very good, I think, unless she has a clever follow-up. Ooh, computer says rook to d4 with the plan of moving the rook over and doing a checkmate along the side of the board. Ooh, the rook is coming. Great move from Konnikova. At a time where it seemed like she was slipping and the position was getting out of hand, she finds this very good plan of trying to move the rook up along the edge of the board, going for that checkmate in the corner. That's a great move from white. Yeah, no, that probably sealed the deal right there. That's a fantastic move. White almost doesn't have any pawns left, but it doesn't matter if she manages to get the checkmate just in time. Is it time for f6? So f takes was better? No, f takes was not better. If you take with the other pawn, then there's some serious threats down this, and also there's the threat of the bishop coming in as well. So Andrea tried to defend in the right way, keeping as many pawns kind of blocking these kind of things. But then it was very clever to utilize the one disadvantage of capturing in that way. Pawn to f6 helps. Do you think? The problem with pawn to f6 is that it opens up even more ways to attack the black king. But yeah, I agree. Probably it's the only way Andrea... the problem is also just, what if you just capture? Ooh, but if captures, then the queen can come in here. This looks kind of nice. Well, computer says Andrea is completely dead here. But it looks kind of scary for the white king getting that queen in. And then look at this, like, the king can actually be reasonably safe here. And even if we capture white's last pawn, it doesn't matter because white has all these attacking pieces down against our king. So having some pawns remaining only matters if you're in an endgame. If you're not in an endgame, then having no pawns often means that your king is undefended. And then the player with the most attacking pieces, in this case white, is going to win. Okay, f6 has been played. Yeah, just the captures. What happened with Alexandra's game? I don't know. I think it was quite an interesting game. But her opponent found a couple of really good moves. And then she kind of lost. Alexandra had a couple of ideas that would have made it quite good for her. But it was like this super tense battle, very, very complicated, and she chose the wrong plan, and the opponent also got like a brilliant move from chess.com. He got a double exclam, so he played a really good game as well. I'm going to call after game analysis. Let's go. Alexandra getting to analyze her game with her opponent. That's generally considered quite valuable, especially when your opponent is rated 500 points over you. And so you can, it's very nice to do your analysis immediately after the game so that you have everything you thought about fresh in your mind. Inside knowledge. Yeah, I mean, that's also a point, right? That no one's going to know the game you just played better than the guy playing against you. So the guy basically spent 3 hours preparing for a little lesson with Alexandra to have some common ground to share and talk about and discuss. Did Andrea win? Andrea is the one still playing. She's on camera. But she's struggling. She's trying to... At this point, I think Andrea's main plan has to be trying to get rid of the white queen. If Andrea can trade off queens and maybe also manage to capture this a3 pawn at the same time, then the chances of a draw would be significant. Right now, Andrea's big problem is that she can both manage to capture this pawn on the side and defend against the threats the white queen is making against the black king. So she's relying on the opponent to make a mistake, which would allow Andrea to get the time she needs to both capture the pawn and defend her king. But yeah, look at this. Good play from her opponent. She managed to force Andrea on the defense so that Andrea can no longer capture on a3. She felt she had to move her queen back to help the king. And actually now bishop takes pawn is a brilliant move. Bishop takes pawn, sacrifices the bishop, but lines up the black king and queen on the same file, which means that after rook to g4, that's just a rook is going to capture the queen and there's nothing you can do about it. And wow. Bishop takes g6, found. Good move. Both Alexandra's and Andreas's opponent gets a brilliancy in their games. Just, what are you going to do about it? 500 points higher rated opponents, and the opponents are finding the good moves. C'est la vie. Curtains, yeah, this is game over. I think Andrea's gonna resign now. Chat, we currently have a poll. Which layout do you prefer? Would you prefer to have both games visible at the same time like we've been doing today? Or would you like to go into each game separately? Okay. Andrea decides not to capture the bishop because then, well, obviously she would lose her queen. The problem is that when you don't capture this bishop, the bishop has removed one of the important pawns to defend your king. And it's not leaving a lot of hope. I would expect Andrea's opponent to just move the rook over. At this point, white doesn't want a trade of queens. Because you want to use the white queen to checkmate the black king. So white is just going to avoid the queen trade, and then the black king doesn't really have any way to defend itself. Rook d7 looks nice. Ooh, that's a classy move. Classy move. Sacrificing the rook, luring the black queen to a light square, and then using the bishop to attack the queen while simultaneously opening up for the queen to attack the king. That's beautiful. That was a good move, but what Natalie did is also good. Actually, according to the computer, queen to g4 is even better. Threatening this move, threatening this move, threatening everything, opening up down towards the king. But importantly, just avoiding the queen trade. That was really the essence of what white wanted to do here. You just want to avoid the queen trade so that you still have the queen pointing down on the black king. And there's not really much Andrea can do. Andrea prevents the rook from coming in with the check. But now something like... So maybe move the bishop back, check on the king. The king would have to move over. Then the bishop comes in here, check on the king. King moves. And then the queen comes in. I can't see the checkmate right now, but I'm sure it's there somewhere. Will the sisters also play some of the tournaments before the round? I don't know, Divergent, but I can try to ask Alexandra. She said she's coming on soon. It's me from the future. Spoilers. Waiting for my embarrassing game interview. Oh God, Andrea. No. Whenever Hammer's ready for me, I'm ready for you. I can make it work. Do you want to do it now, Andrea? Or do you want to wait until the game finishes on the relay? Ooh, bishop e8 check. That's a good one. Because it means the king cannot even escape to this part. Okay. I can ask Alex if she wants to do it together. Yeah, sure. Feel free to call me. Alexandra destroying hotel rooms as we speak. She's analyzing her opponent. Her opponent is really, really strong. So hopefully she's gonna have some interesting discussions about the pawn structures that arose. White already moved? Yeah. I'm not following the game super well. We already kind of got a spoiler. Andrea already said she lost, which is not a massive surprise, given how after rook here, her queen is trapped on the edge of the board. Okay, her opponent traded queens. Oh, there's a rook undefended. Damn it. Everything's a problem. Andrea resigns the game. Game over. I think her opponent played just very well. Andrea made one big mistake, and she was never given a chance after that. Her opponent, I think, played very, very well. It's going to be easier tomorrow. So the way these rounds work is that in the first round, you ask...
Slowly checking all the boxes, you can say. Oh, there he is. Hello. Hammer, we don't see you yet. Or hear you. I hear you. We can hear you now. And we also have my opponent here. We were analyzing. Okay. Well,
Well, I was sort of dying a slow death. I mean, obviously, knight b6 was terrible, and then everything fell apart, and I should have taken the knight on c3. But we were looking at plans, and like the only other idea we came up with was playing knight e5 instead of knight b6 and trying to go for that.
There we go. Oh, Hammer, chat can't hear Hammer.
We can't hear you.
Testing.
Wait,
Chat, can you hear us?
Oh, Hammer tech difficulties.
They're going. All right, good now.
Okay, sorry.
right.
Yeah, no, I put this one together last minute.
Also, did you hear what I said about the game or no?
I heard everything you said, yeah.
Agree, disagree?
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense, yeah. 95.
Is there anything else?
Well, 97 was a bit
Was
of
95 actually okay?
I mean, it's not okay, but it was your best bet.
It's on the board, right? It's 95.
Yeah.
I thought first knight before and then 95 maybe?
We were thinking first knight b4 and then knight e5.
Sure.
But you were thinking doing it earlier?
Sure. Yeah, no, it would have been a better try, but once he manages to get this f4 pawn structure, you're always suffering.
Yeah, that's what we discussed also, that maybe instead of me playing knight d7, I should have just pushed e4 first.
Yeah. I
and
think
by
that...
we, I mean my...
And then you can take on Passant.
Yeah, and then take on Passant.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Computer thought you were better there. After e4, f4 en passant, computer thinks black is a little better.
But first I play queen c2, right?
Oh,
I don't play f4 first.
Oh, what about queen c2 before f4?
Yeah, it was saying unclear.
Unclear?
Yeah.
Should I take on f5?
1 second, we have a question.
Yeah. So my question is, should I take on f5 instead of g5?
Computer thinks e takes f5 is quite a big mistake.
Really?
Yeah.
What else?
It wants g takes and then h5 and just be comfortable with the potential of the position closing down, but thinking that you can do something on the g file long term.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that's correct. I think the computer may be overestimating, and it's a very human way of playing that you don't want to shut everything down.
Yeah, I would take like this if I can open the h file as well. But I cannot, so.
This is me trying to show the board.
Yeah, okay. Maybe if we reverse the camera and then.
Oh yeah. Hang on, we're gonna ask one more question on the game, and then we'll get to Andrea. Okay, so let's see the board like this. Okay.
Yeah, so here, like this, right?
Yeah.
So here h5.
H5.
I will do this if I have this already exchanged with AJ. And I'm just miss one more move, like here, right? If I get this first, it's fine. But as it is, I was afraid that, okay, I know that dark square, the light square is just horrible, but how will I manage to break through after 96, which Alexander pointed out that should be a good regrouping.
Yeah, I really like this 98 move, Alexandra. I thought that was very good, very good.
Thank you, Hammer. You never give me compliments, so I'm gonna hang on to that one.
Yeah, no, I mean, computer like really hates black in this position, but I don't see, and this is kind of, not to reveal too many of our plans, Alexandra, but we kind of have discussed this, that it's very difficult for a human player to deal with all of these blocked positions.
Yes, exactly. And we won't reveal any more secret prep, but yes, exactly.
I was lucky to play in first time, right? No preparation.
Yeah, you had no prep, so lucky you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Hammer. Andrea, we can talk about your game too if you want.
Yeah. I'll wait till you guys are done. You guys done? You can wrap up yours first, and then I'll. Even though I've kind of lost that hype now.
Thank you, girls. Thank you, Hammer.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure meeting you and playing. Andrea, you want to talk about your game too? If you want to sit, I can hold the camera for you.
No, it's okay.
Andrea, I have a question for you.
It was was the worst. Everything that could.
We're on call with our
Everything
right
that.
now.
Everything that could go wrong went wrong in the last 2 days and in my game. And I had 2 very embarrassing incidents. It was probably the most humiliating game of all time.
Why are you so humiliated? What happened? I only came when you were down a piece.
I have a question I would like to ask before you kind of reveal what happened. Andrea,
God, please don't ask about the water.
Andrea, on a scale from 0 to urinating on the board to establish dominance and territory, where would you put stealing the opponent's water bottle as an alpha move?
Let me explain. So, I'm a little sick. I took a lot of medicine. I was real dizzy. No, shut up. Let me tell my story. Would you shush? And, when I first got there, I sat on the wrong side of the board. I sat at the white pieces. And I had an identical water bottle. So I sat it down, and then when I swapped seats, I guess I took her water instead of mine, and she didn't tell me until I drank out of it. So then I went to the lobby, and I went on a mission, and I got her a new water bottle, but it was really, really embarrassing, and I felt really bad. And it was a complete incident because of the swift swap of the seats, and the poor girl didn't even tell me until I had already drank in it. It was a rough day, Hammer. That's all I can say. And that's not even the worst part that happened, but it was really bad.
Wait, what was the...
What was the what?
Well, I was just gonna ask the same thing Alexandra asked.
Well, honestly, I think she just felt bad for me. I think she must have thought I was like a brand new chess player and this was my first tournament in my life. Because I was used to American tournaments where under time pressure, under 1 minute, under 5 minutes, you don't have to notate. But I guess FIDE rules are different.
Notating?
Well, in American tournament, you don't have to under 5 minutes.
I'm gonna stay away from you because I don't want to get sick.
Oh yeah. Oh geez. So not only did I also look like I was a complete noob, and she politely told me at the end of the game she was a really nice, but I didn't know FIDE rules were different from American. It was just everything went wrong, and I just played like a beginner, so it was not good.
You made one mistake, Andrea.
I know. Well, it was really annoying. I know. I mean, one mistake in the game.
Hammer's being positive.
Well,
can we take a moment to appreciate Hammer being positive?
No, but Alex, my mistake was like a blunder of like a 1200. But then again, like it was the first game.
It's okay,
I had a feeling my attacks, and it was really annoying because it was a really solid opening. And when I was trying to do prep, I was looking, and I assumed she was either going to play the English or a King's Indian setup, and I don't know why I lost so much time, and it wasn't like it was that complicated of an opening, but I didn't have any prep, and then I just blundered.
Yeah. No, I really feel like you made one mistake, and then she played perfectly afterwards. You just never stood a chance.
Yeah. I mean, obviously. I mean, against a 2100, like, you're not going to stand a chance down a piece. So,
I don't think that's entirely true. Magnus once beat a 2670 guy after he blundered a piece in the opening. She genuinely did play really well after that.
Yeah, you should never give up.
Dad, I was used to the American rules, okay? It's my first tournament in Europe.
Is it really?
Well, in Charlotte, yes. In Charlotte, when I played last time.
It's not your first European, but
I'm saying in like since I was like 12, 13.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yes.
So,
like obviously, I've played American tournaments.
I'm not actually getting at you. I just sometimes I forget.
So Andrea,
just play like Mac.
The rule is that when you get 30 seconds extra per move, you do have to keep the score.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
But
yeah,
European tournaments without added time per move, you still don't have to.
Yeah, well, now I know. It's okay, I'm just going to tell her it was my first time playing a chess tournament, and she'll excuse the water bottle incident and the notation incident. She was a really nice girl, and she was really, really strong. Before the game, I was so stressed, and, like, her students were over there, and they were like, those were her students.
I thought they were our fan club. They were very
Well, they were also our fans and her students. So she was honestly just really cool and really strong, you know. Also, chat, it's good to see you guys as well. I've missed you guys. I know it's been a long time. I wish I could just go on a long tangent about my beautiful Europe travel that happens every time where I get sick within 10 hours and I lose my baggage within 10 hours.
So, Andrea has the...
Yeah, sorry, we can do it. I know you guys are waiting. Yeah, of course.
Sorry, we're taking a selfie break.
Say hi, chat.
Hello.
You want one of the pallets?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hold chat. Hello. 1 second. These nice lads have been waiting. Hi. Are you waiting for something or? Are you just watching? Okay.
Yes, I had an exam.
Oh, you had an exam?
Yeah.
That's not good.
Stay smooth, kids. Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
Take care.
I'm still watching.
Sorry for the delay.
I stream snipe this.
Oh, that's really spoiled. But
You're friendly stream snipers. Okay. Take care. Bye. I'm pretty sure he was waiting before. I was so stressed and I was running with my banana to the bathroom because I didn't eat lunch before this game and I took a bunch of medicine and I'm not going to share what else happened before the game, but I was running to the bathroom really stressed and then this group of boys who were really, really nice, they were like, hi, can we take a photo? But I was so stressed. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, not right now. And I think they waited until the 3 hours were over to take their photo.
No, so I went to the bathroom, but I was already in time for a show. Someone asked for a photo, but
I know,
too nice
but
to
they were
say
very
no.
sweet.
But honestly, everybody here is so nice that I don't mind.
But yeah, chat, it's been a long time and we miss you guys and I wish I could go on my long tangents about everything that went wrong.
Okay, I'm gonna do the TLDR. So Andrea is the least lucky person I've ever met. So I tell her that if we're flying through Charles de Gaulle, there's a chance that we're gonna lose our luggage. Of course, the only one who loses her luggage with all of her clothes is Andrea. Everything completely gone. We get to the hotel, we do rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets to pick the room. Andrea picks the smaller room.
Well, they told me the rooms were the same and I won rock, paper, scissors and somehow Alex still ends up with a suite. Like the world's just against me is
And
what
once
I've come
again,
to.
Andrea picked first, so I had nothing to do with this. This is all on her.
And her room is so nice. She has a fridge and all my veggies went bad because I didn't have a fridge.
And then Andrea somehow gets sick and I'm perfectly healthy.
I'm really, really sick and all my medication was in my bag that they lost. So Dina's sick too, so I've just been taking Dina's medication. But it's been, and I woke up at 5 a.m. every night because I'm sick and I've only been sleeping 3 hours, so it's been terrible.
Yeah, so that's been our trip. But chat, we miss you guys. We're going to be streaming a lot. We're going to be playing all of Prague, then Iceland, then I'm going to Canada and I'm going to be streaming poker for a week. So like streams will be coming back. Don't worry.
Last close, small room, bishop f5 blunder. Yep, pretty much. No, I mean, yeah, that's a good TLDR.
Yeah. Hammer, thank you for doing commentary. Was chat on their best behavior today?
I think chat was good. I was trying to be good. I know that's important to you. But it's
As in positive, Hammer was trying to be positive.
something like that, yeah. Some technical issues at the beginning.
I see.
My framing is
Well, yeah, I was gonna say at the end, Hammer, you should have made my camera full camera because Alex is gone.
Yes.
We have some notes for you, Mr. Hammer.
yeah.
We'll
No,
send them later.
I have some notes for you as well. Not all of this was my fault. We'll compare notes.
I appreciate you being more positive about our chess. You know, it's hard to get back in the saddle, so keep up the positivity.
Oh, are we sideways? Oh, I'll fix.
No. Okay.
Dan says I was on my best behavior. You gotta trust Dan.
Chat said there's a clip of you calling me a lost cause. Is that true, Hammer?
No, I said your position is a lost cause.
That's okay. Fair. That's fair. That's fair. We'll take it. I mean, it was.
In chat, anything else we should know?
Anything else swept under the carpet?
Else anyone wants to share with the class?
Chad, I have mod powers.
No. Chat, is it cool? Is it better that we're both playing at least? Is it nicer to focus on 2 games than in the past when there's only 1? I am curious about that.
I struggled a little bit with it, if you care about my perspective.
Oh, really?
I mean, not really, but it's tricky, right? Because there's always something going on. It makes it really
You're a
intense.
professional commentator. You usually do multiple games. How is 2 games tricky?
I do commentary on Norwegian television. We only follow Magnus. We never pay attention to 2 games at once.
That's fair.
Yeah, unfortunately, neither of us played like Magnus yet.
I also
Well,
tried.
from following
I also tried to shout out the shop with the purple board.
You what, Hammer?
I tried to shout out the shop with the sweaters and board.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we'll move. I'm so sorry. We just got a noise complaint. We gotta go.
I don't think it's a noise complaint. I think because everybody's talking. I think they told us just not to sit here, but I'm not sure.
Oh, I thought he was saying customers complained. He either said we're not customers or so let's move, sister.
Sure.
Every time we do a post-game analysis, we get a noise complaint, and we're just talking about chess. All right, let's go.
I don't think we were bothering anyone, but it's okay.
This is our one fan. He's been watching us. He's my new friend as well. All right, let's move.
Oh, I love it when you make.
At least Dina won. The kids here are nice, okay?
Oh, Dina won? Someone was saying Dina was in massive trouble.
She said she won, but she was playing someone my rating.
Yeah, and someone in chat said she was losing. That's the chat intel. You can choose to trust it or not.
Here.
We need to just buy some chess pieces.
They have a lot of chess coffee tables. Should we do a little tour of the hotel and then we can wrap up? All right.
I don't know if a tour.
I was just gonna show the chess lobby, but
Sure,
okay.
show the
I'm
chess
just
lobby. Show
gonna-
the chess lobby.
No, it's okay. No one cares about my tour. No, it's fine. Hammer, would you like a tour?
Yes, please.
I think we don't have to. Okay, cool. So, all right, chat. Here's your tour.
Camera and you explain.
Okay, cool.
All right.
So here we have the cafe bar, and you might think this is a peaceful place to do your work, but you're wrong, because if you sit there and you hide in the corner thinking no one will see you, what happens is there's going to be a horde of children that comes here, and they're playing foosball, and they're making a bunch of chaos, and you look at them like you're going to get
I'm pretty sure that's hockey, Andrea. Andrea, that's hockey. You're Canadian.
You're right. Okay, and I'm going to show the chess lobby now, and then we'll wrap up. They have mulled wine, Alex. Did you see?
Wait, for free?
I think so. Is this free?
Free? Yes.
Yay!
Oh,
thank
how
you.
nice.
Would you like a drink, sister?
I'm okay, but
Okay, well, this is just for the tour, to be honest.
okay.
I don't really,
Take some for the tour. Give us a
I
taste
don't really
test.
know how to pour this thing. Ah, right there. Oh, it's okay.
Thank you.
I'm showing them around town.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'm the guide, actually. Thank you very much, though. I'm big.
You should put some orange in it too.
Just a little bit. Thank you. Would you like some?
No, no thanks.
Okay. Like this?
There you go. Take a sip and give us a
Cheers.
review. Cheers. It's warm. It's good for the soul.
This is really strong. This is some really
Welcome
strong
to
mulled wine.
Prague.
It's good, but very strong. I wasn't expecting it to. And look, there's 2 pianos in the lobby. I didn't bring any sheet music. And then we'll show the test.
Are you gonna play for us?
No. Ooh.
We'd get another noise complaint
we'd get
anyway.
in trouble.
So the entire theme of the hotel is Don Giovanni, an opera that I think Mozart wrote in, and
So there's little piano chess. Ooh, so classy. And I would play these keys, but we would get in more trouble.
we would get in more trouble. And there's a giant chessboard.
That we got kicked out of because we were too loud. And that's all you get for the tour. Okay, you can flip it now.
All right.
Do you guys like the tour?
I hope you guys like the tour.
Put your backpack on. My wine's actually delicious. It's mulled wine. All right.
Okay, guys. Well, thank you for tuning in, Hammer. Thank you for the commentary. Don't worry, we're just warming up. Tomorrow will be better.
I hope so. I mean, I'm not going to lie, chat. Alex and I kept telling each other we would study chess, and every single day would go by.
I studied last night.
I studied this morning. I didn't study last night because I was sick, but we didn't study, so that's probably why we lost. But by Iceland, we're going to be so sharp.
Well, I didn't lose because of the opening. I lost because I blundered, sort of, and made me play too fast.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm referring to, but
yeah.
Doing puzzles.
We're going to warm up.
Can you put chat in the middle so I can read them?
I was thinking about it. We're not professional chess players anymore. We're professional content creators, which means chess can be fun again. And I was just trying to
That's a
actually
good
enjoy the
take.
game, which for me was really nice because I used to put so much pressure on myself playing chess that it kind of sucked out all the joy. And now I realize, like, hey, at least when I lose at chess, unlike poker, at least I don't also lose money. And now I'm less tilted.
She did say, yeah.
I did say
that
she's poker tilt has actually helped me with
on
chess.
the piano so that my hand's not shaking. Is Hammer still here?
Yeah.
Hammer? Oh.
Hello.
Yeah,
Why is Vila? What's Vila saying?
we are not losers, we're just warming up. Exactly.
Yeah.
Talk about
Exactly.
the drugs, Andrea. They were confused. So the guy who came over to Andrea was
Oh.
the hotel organizer who knew she was sick, and he brought
He
her
was
some
so
meds, which
nice.
is really nice.
Yeah, he was like, these are the strongest vitamins. And then when I was like fighting till the last minute, I'm like, oh my God, what if he gave me steroids? And the reason I win is because he gave me drugs. But then I lost anyways, and yeah, she was never losing. So unfortunately, there was no steroids.
Okay, but before we leave, Hammer, can you give us a pep talk for tomorrow?
This is just the first of 18 rounds. You were outrated by 500 points. This is not the game you are judged on. This was the warm-up. You are just getting started. Tomorrow you're gonna have the white pieces. You're gonna have a lower rated opponent. You're gonna feel healthier. You're gonna get a good night's sleep, and I have faith. I believe.
That was good,
Have you
Hammer.
been practicing? That was much better than usual. Good job, Hammer. Thank you. I feel like ChatGPT.
The only
helped you more
pep talk that made me laugh was literally the only. Okay, maybe I shouldn't read it.
What?
This comment made me laugh, but I'm not gonna read it.
Oh God, yeah, no, maybe not. Okay, well, we will see you guys tomorrow, and I'm glad the commentary was good. We're gonna go rest up and probably film a little.
I don't know
recap.
if my game deserves a recap, but
Okay, we'll think about it.
Thank
Thank you,
Alex
Hammer.
is my.
Thank you, chat. Say bye.
Hammer, you have the stream. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I don't need to go to my laptop. Do I need to end stream off my laptop?
No, Hammer's ending it.
Okay. All right.
But yes, you have to stop on your laptop too, which I'm assuming you did.
Okay.
Right?
No, because it would have ended the stream. I'm gonna go do that now. I'll go
we're
do that
not
now.
streaming from your account.
Yes, we are, but you'll see. No, don't worry about it.
Bye, chat.
Okay, chat. Let's wait for Hammer to end. Wait for Hammer. Don't do that. Stop it. Wait for Hammer to end.
Yeah, no one's hearing you anymore. Because I didn't want to do the leak like I did last time. Do you want to say something? I can go back. Andrea says bye, everyone. Okay, that's it from... Bye, Andrea. That's it from Prague for today. But there are 8 more days of this tournament coming in. So do check back in tomorrow. We're going to have some improvements technically. I just want to say all of the tech issues weren't my fault, but I realize I'm going to need to convince the girls of that as well. That's going to be a bit tricky. The video thing was definitely my fault, but some of it was not my fault. And I will make sure that that is understood by all parties. But what is to be what is true is that I will be back tomorrow at the same time. That's 3 p.m. Prague time, 9 a.m. Eastern, or 6 a.m. Pacific if you're crazy. No tech issues tomorrow guaranteed. I would never make such a guarantee, Frog, but I'm hoping there won't be. We're gonna raid Dina. Dina is also in Prague playing the tournament, so lots of Prague stuff happening. Hammer did nothing wrong. That's what I will be telling people. Definitely, yes. Okay. Have a good night, evening, morning. I'm a bit time confused. See you all tomorrow, and I'll try not to be as... Alexandra asked me if I was trying to be nicer, but I think I was only a bit tired. I feel like I have the start of a headache. But let's not tell her that. Let's say that I was trying to be nicer and not just less energetic. See you guys tomorrow. We'll go raid Dina now. And see you all then. Bye.